Hello, Danger Nettles. Basically, I'm gonna be reading a whole bunch of creepypastas as well as some horror stories I have found. So yeah, I'll get right into it. The Stylian Spectre. Back in May of 2010, my friend Andy and I wanted to make a video game that we thought was going to change virtual reality gaming and the horror genre forever. We were both out of the university, me with a degree in computer programming and him with digital art design. Both of us were avid gamers. I think we played a bit of just about everything. Racing, JRPGs, MMOs, sports, you name it. We wanted to make a game unlike anything you could get coming from overseas. You could call it an ambitious goal for a couple of aspiring indie gamers. But both of us were ambitious guys. Andy was a big fan of horror and was actually the first to come up with the idea. We had heard of the four-dimensional theaters that were being introduced in places like Korea and London, where you weren't just watching a movie, but feeling and smelling it. If the movie was set in a pine forest, there were triggers that would release a scent of pine to the audience. Likewise, if the characters were standing on a windy deck of a ship, fans would start blowing to mimic the conditions of the movie in the theater. All of it was to create a more realistic, interactive experience for the viewer, and we thought it would be awesome to try and implement that with a 4D game. Obviously, we didn't have the manpower to make an entire game by ourselves. We were in a lot of debt because of school and wouldn't have been able to afford virtual reality hardware in our wild streets. Then we had no idea how to develop the technology needed to create the 4D gaming experience throughout the following summer. We networked like crazy, pitching our ideas to different developers, both indie and big time. There was interest, but the 4D concept was still very much in development, and no one was sure they wanted to invest time and resources in it without the assurance that it was going to hit off. I won't bore you with the details of how it happened, but we finally hit a breakthrough in September when an independent company called Stylian contacted us after our attempts to pitch the idea to them. They thought it had potential and were interested in onboarding us as writers and programmers. The company itself would take the rights for the game, of course, and there would be a team that would make the final decisions during all stages of development. It was still more than we could have ever hoped for. There was a team of 150 people, a third of who were hardware developers. The controller was built into a padded incline chair with a minimalist headset that fits around the player's eyes and ears. The joystick and buttons could be swapped on the arms to accommodate if the player was left-handed or right-handed. Really high-tech, right? Where the money was really sunk was in the environmental simulators and sensors and nodes that would be attached to the player's body to monitor their physical status. Like I said, the game was meant to be a horror game. We settled on a story of an unnamed character going into a haunted house mansion to get rid of evil spirits and getting stalked by a demon. The most cliched plot and setting you could think of, but that was what we were going for. We wanted something that could easily be associated with fear. The idea was that the demon fed off fear and would find you more easily if you were afraid. First, it would scare and drive the character crazy, and then it would kill him/her. The monitors attached to the player analyzed the physical signs that the player was afraid: rapid heartbeat, dilated pupils, harsh breathing, clammy or sweaty skin, etc., and use that information to determine how aggressively the demon would act. You can think of it as a social experiment. You could see how well a person would stay calm under the pressure. Theoretically, a completely calm person could make it through the entire game without much danger, but the scares and the atmosphere wouldn't let you go through first level without making you anxious. The real fun started once the demon came after you. We wanted to keep it subtle, no jump scares. That was to cheat the player out of experience. If you think about it, people with real paranormal experiences never report a demon breaking through a glass window and going for your throat. They report brushes against the skin, whispering in the ears, and a loud sound in the distance, even tingling or electrical sensations. Those were the kinds of things we recreated. The we programmed the system to deliver these audio and sensory cues. When the player reached a certain level of anxiety, the more scared you were, the more scares you received. At the beginning of the game, you might hear heavy breathing or footsteps behind you. You might even feel cold spots as you navigated that mansion. As you progressed and became tenser, you might feel a grip on your arm, or a blood pressure-like cushion on a chair that tightened around the muscle, or a hiss directly in your ear along with the feeling of breath. It was elaborate and took forever to produce, but when they hooked you in, it was amazing. I have the privilege of being one to test it as it was being produced. They put me in the chair, turn off all the lights, and will play the game through the headset as well as check the images you're seeing onto a wall so that the team would see it too. The graphics weren't realistic. They got the rooms of the mansion down to the last detail. About a year and a half after the sensors were developed and implemented into the system, we started looking for beta testers. We started advertising in magazines and message boards for people to come in and blind and play the game, giving any criticism or reporting any glitches they experience. The majority of the feedback we received was positive, and after several revisions, we could safely say that we had a successful project. Of particular note, there were reports from the beta testers in which they claimed to get a feeling that someone was in the room with them, or that they were getting tingling or a hot/cold sensation in parts of their bodies where the nodes were not attached. The room where the chair and the interface were located was kept clear, aside from the player, as often as possible. The team was separated from the room by a one-way mirror. We would have been able to see if anyone was in the room apart from the player. And in 9 out of 10 cases, when this was reported, there was no one. The other 1 out of 10 were when a technician was coming in to check the interface. There were times when we would disable and re-enable certain audio and sensory simulations to further test which ones gave more stimuli than others. During one playthrough, the player might have the cold spots, and then during the next, those would be disabled. We never told the players which ones were activated and which were not. This triggers cases for when someone playing the game for the first time will report a cue when it was clearly disabled. In one particular case, a middle-aged woman reported her hair being tugged gently. I can tell you right now that had not been programmed into the game at the point in time. It was an odd occurrence, but one that could have easily been chalked up to the imagination. Actually, we assumed that most of the cases were like this due to the power of suggestion. We just cautioned the rest of the beta testers not to talk about what they went through so that the people coming in could get as authentic an experience as possible. As tends to happen in these situations, people started spreading rumors. Some of my favorite rumors were the ones that made the Cystelian staff out to be cultists who were secretly sacrificing the beta testers to the demon portrayed in the game. I have no idea how that one held up as long as it did, since there were absolutely no reports of injuries on or off site, and every single one of the testers came out of the building alive. The internet and gossip do strange things to people, I guess. However, rumors like that started to give Cystelian a bad reputation. We decided it was the time to bring the media to defeat some of these rumors. We hadn't wanted to have reporters before for fear that other gaming companies would try to copy our methods, but now seemed like a good a time as any. We got several offers and wound up taking one from a popular gaming magazine. The reporting team came in and interviewed us about the games and the 4D techniques used. We used the opportunity to show them around the building and debunk the rumors about animal and human sacrifice. It was actually pretty funny. After the interview, the reporting team wanted to try out the game for themselves. They all had good things to say about it. When an article was published, donations and other requests for interviews began streaming in. Annie and I said we should have let the media come in sooner for all the benefits we were getting. The more we searched Cystelian's message boards, the more we started noticing threads crop up about people who claim they were experiencing things in a game after they had left Cystelian and gone home. They were going through the same supernatural phenomena in their everyday lives as they had in the game. In every claim, they said that they would feel as though someone was getting very, very close to them, looking over their shoulders and breathing down their necks. I guess it was one thing about a demon in a game that we had neglected to mention. It had no sense of personal space. The reports eventually involved both minor and violent poltergeist activity, and people would be going through this for days afterward. The reports helped spread the word even more, but it didn't help the persisting rumors that the testers were being possessed. The most popular thread where reports were being archived, affectionately called the demon causing these instances the Cystelian demon, or the Cystelian specter. I like the Cystelian specter better. Then came a day when a young man, only 17 years old, we'll call him John, claimed that he wanted to file a lawsuit against us as he had been scratched during his time playing the game. As I remember it, John had been doing fine up until he had reached the basement of the mansion. Then he had screamed for us to let him out. The only evidence of scratches was a set of pictures taken after he had exited the building. Scratches shown on the pictures were deep and red, clearly not something that had been dealt by a human. Maybe by a machine, but an inspection of the chair revealed no sharp parts sticking out. The lawsuit was eventually dropped since there was no way to prove he hadn't scratched himself prior to coming in. It's not like we do a full body examination before sending our testers down into the chair. It was at this point we decided to stop bringing in random beta testers and test the game ourselves for the last stages of development. I was one of the first to be strapped in. They added so much stuff to the gameplay and many more cues that I barely recognized it for the first time I had played. I remember going down the foyer staircase after exploring a series of darkened hallways lit by old Victorian era lamps, feeling my palms sweat and the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The wind outside the mansion had been howling for the last half hour, and it sounded like someone was whistling a funeral march. I paused on the stairs to look at the windows, searching for any weird textures needing to be fixed, when I felt a tingling along my spine or my upper back, like someone was pressing his or her chest against my back. It wasn't just in the game. I could feel a press in reality. I reached up and felt only the chair. The thing that really set me off, though, was the voice that spoke my name in my ear. It was whispered and very clear, no mistaking it for the wind. I spun the camera around, though I knew there would be nothing to see. The demon had always been invisible. Now I knew why some of the art testers had joked about feeling violated while playing. I just assumed Andy had played a joke on me, but then he swore up and down he didn't put any coding in the game for the demon to say the player's name. That would have been my department, not his. He just assigned skins. Still, I remain convinced that someone was just having fun with me. There wasn't even a place to input your name. Someone must have pre-recorded it. I played through the rest of the area and then headed home to file my report. It was another late night. I had been pulling a late shift for a couple of weeks, for our deadline was drawing closer. We had been having decent weather up until 2 a.m. when the wind picked up, and the rain was coming down in buckets. Andy and I had come from the Midwest and were used to bipolar weather. I just worked on and paid it no mind. Until the power went out. Anyway, I grabbed my flashlight, feeling all the anxiety for my time in the game returning. This was a different story, though, and I knew that. My house wasn't haunted, and I had never believed in ghosts for my entire life. Ring said it was just ridiculous, but my pounding heart told a different story. I couldn't help but feel every draft and hear every creak of the floorboards as I went down to the generator, which of course was in the cellar. The wooden steps led me down into the darkness, and I had to admit that by the time I reached the concrete, I was considering just going back upstairs and burying myself into my bed. I forced myself across the floor to the generator and turned it on. Immediately, the backup lights flickered on, casting a red hue over the dusty shelves and rusty tools on the workbench. So now I got to be in hell, too. The way back wasn't nearly as bad as the way down, and I reminded myself that everything I had experienced in the game had been just that, in the game. There was nothing to worry about. The demon, this steely inspector or whatever, was an enemy made out of ones and zeros. It couldn't do anything to me. I was halfway up the stairs, about at the same point I had been in the game when I heard my name, actually. When I distinctly felt someone tightly grab my wrist, as in squeezing, like my wrists were being juiced tight. I screamed and dropped the flashlight which went off on impact. There was no one there, but I still slapped at where I imagined the hand had come from, and clambered up the stairs. I didn't stop until I was out the front door, and in my driveway getting drenched and not caring. I whipped out my cell phone and punched in Andy's number. He said he knew how I felt. During his test play, though, he had accidentally backed his character into a fire since he had been so busy keeping an eye on the rest of the room. We had all laughed at the mistake, but he hadn't mentioned the fact that after we had taken him out of the game, he had felt a burning in his lower calf. Later, when he looked at his leg after getting home, he discovered he had a first-degree burn right where his character had touched the fire. I drove to his house and looked at his leg myself. He had already spread ointment on the area and bandaged it up. When he pulled it back, I was staring at a red and swollen burn wound. Out of morbid curiosity, I called the other members of our team who had tested the game that day. It was the same story all around. In the game, Jill had stood in front of a window that had shattered and then cut her hands while picking up the jagged pieces of a ceramic vase that suddenly fallen to the floor. Matthew's character had been crushed by a falling bookshelf, and then, when he had been getting into his car, his door had closed when he wasn't ready, and 3 fingers had been broken. I looked at my wrist again, where dark purplish bruises were forming. These couldn't be coincidences anymore. I don't know what was going on, but it wasn't a game anymore. Next day was a holiday, so everyone besides Celia was off. I invited anyone willing to go back to the game room and try and play through the game one more time. Andy and I had gone through the possibilities. The point of the entire game had been for the character to go into the mansion to exorcise the demon. They could do it by collecting special candles and then lighting them in a circle in the attic of the mansion. After some other tests were done, the demons would be forced out of the house and everything would go back to normal. It had been a crazy night, and at any other time, I thought we would have been crazy for discussing these things. We thought that maybe, by completing the game, and by extension the ritual, we could stop whatever the hell was going on. After all, no one to this day had ever finished a game from beginning to end. The game was as complete as it was ever going to be. Andy volunteered to play, for which I was grateful. Maybe it was cowardly, but I didn't want to be the one to go in. The room was frigidly cold as we attached the nodes. We threw a blanket over Andy to make sure he didn't freeze. The rest of us, 5 in total, not including Matthew, who had gone to the hospital to treat his hand, gathered behind a one-way glass to watch. It was eerie, watching his progress through the game. I knew all of these corridors so well, having labored over their game files for months. Yet now everything looked new. Now that I was sure that I knew that what the game was capable of. I watched Andy's heart rate rise and fall on my monitor. His skin temperature analyzers went haywire as he rounded every corner. As was supposed to happen, he felt the demon close in when his fear spiked. This time around, its interactions were low-key, almost subdued. I fought against my suspicion that it was just biding its time. The demon was made of ones and zeros. Numbers can't hurt anyone. I thought this even as I rubbed my bruised wrist. It took 4 hours for Andy to make it all the way through. He didn't even take a bathroom break. He just wanted to get this done as much as we did. He crept through the halls, doing his best to keep calm despite the advance of the demon. He collected the 6 candles needed for the ritual and made his way up to the attic. Then things started happening that were definitely not in the programming. The paintings and potted plants in the game began shaking and flying off the walls, clearly aimed for his character. In the safety of the monitoring room, 2 filing cabinets overturned before sliding across the floor and knocking down 2 staff members. Wires attached to the wall disconnected and sprayed sparks around the room. Grabbing a fire extinguisher, I prepped to extinguish any flames that cropped up. and he had placed candles on the floor of the attic and was using an old lighter to light them. He was able to get the fourth candle lit before he suddenly bucked in his chair, screaming for us to stop the game. When we rushed in, I saw his hands flailing, as though he was trying to tear off the notes and sensors glued to his body. And I was part of it. But when I got a closer look, I realized he was fighting with something invisible that was holding him down onto the chair. His shirt and face had been slashed and blood dripped from his wounds. I was afraid of going to break his arm since I was pulling so hard to get him off the chair. Finally, we got him free and out of the room, slamming the door behind us. Andy's character had already died, and the game over screen mocked us as we scrambled to call an ambulance. I needed to sleep for the rest of the day and the following night as I waited in the hospital. Andy's wounds were worse than we thought. There was a massive amount of internal bleeding that we hadn't known about. Doctors tried to stem the blood loss with transfusions, but their efforts were for nothing. Andy passed away early in the morning. A week later, I saw a news special about the death and its connection to the game in Sicilian. I can't blame whoever had blabbed. The police blamed Andy's death on the system malfunctioning, as though that could explain the scratches and internal trauma. Our supervisors didn't care. They ordered the project to be shut down, and I was grateful. I never wanted to see that game again. The only way I was ever going back to the Sicilian building was if that room was demolished and the chair dismantled. Though to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if anyone who tried to take it apart was attacked as well. I left the company when the announcement was made that the game would be discontinued. People on the forums expressed everything from disappointment to relief. The game was over. For weeks, I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. I moved away from town and the memories I had of Andy. My co-workers held a farewell party for me, despite the fact that they probably had the right to blame me for everything. They said I had helped make a game that would never be forgotten by anyone who played it. It was all well and good, but I was desperate to forget and spend the rest of my life trying to do so. I was always keeping two eyes on the shadows and jumping at every little creak. There was this little fear that I would hear my name whispered in my ear again, which would mean that whatever I had created had followed me, and I never wanted to think about that possibility. The only thing I could do was try to sleep and ignore the times when I felt an invisible, clammy hand stroke my face. And that's it of this story. That was rather creepy. I like that one. It's an old one. Jesus, I didn't realize how old it was. Well, some old stories are as good as new ones. So yeah. Alright, on to the next game. Why did I say game? God damn it. Next story. A Twitch stream. Or has its own video. Interesting. Alright, so yeah, anyways, the Twitch stream. I am one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. I play games spanning all genres. And my streams consistently get over 20,000 viewers. I love what I do. It has taken me many years to get to where I am today. And not a day goes by that I wish I was doing something else. That is until the horrifying events of last Friday happened, which have shaken me to my very core, and left me wondering if I'll ever stream again. The stream started normally. I powered on my face cam, loaded up my Twitch interface, and then went live. My viewer count immediately jumped to 2,500, and within a few minutes was at 10,000. Although this has been a norm for at least 2 years, watch my fear counts rise so quickly still makes my heart race inside my chest. Makes me remember all the streams that I did back in the day. With 5 viewers meant that my stream was popping off, receiving even a tiny donation sent my head spinning through the clouds. I greeted my chat and then made a big announcement for today's stream. I was not only going to play the games of their choice, but I was going to play them with randomly chosen subscribers. I wanted to do something special for my 6th anniversary stream, and the positive response was immediate. My chat board started filling up so quickly with comments and emotes that they flew across my computer monitor faster than my eye could register. The event began successfully. I played a few matches of Overwatch with a guy who happened to be around my age and who was hilarious. And then Dead by Daylight with a girl who had just finished high school. My stream quickly rose to 50,000 viewers. It might have reached 100,000 had things not turned out the way they did. As it stands, the stream took a frightening turn when I was playing with the third subscriber of the day, a 7-year-old kid named Tanner. "Hello, D," he said after joining my Discord server, opting to call me by my nickname instead of my streamer name. "Hey, buddy," I said. I could immediately tell the sound of Tanner's voice that he wasn't older than 10. For this reason, my initial thought was to discreetly find a way to dump him and then pick a different subscriber to play with. It's not that I have anything against kids, I just felt uncomfortable streaming with someone so young. I didn't want to do or say something that might upset him, and I also wasn't sure how my chat was going to respond. I have a zero tolerance policy for bullying or negativity during my streams, and the last thing I wanted to do was exploit this kid for my own personal gain. When I turned my head to read the chat room, though, the comments were nothing but positive. "He sounds so cute. Come on, D, play with him. I wonder what game he's going to choose." These comments had and several dozen similar ones flooded my monitor within seconds of Tanner's voice ringing in my headset, so I knew that I had to play with him. If I backed out, then there would be an uproar. I wish now that I listened to my gut feeling and dumped him rather than put myself and my chat through what happened later. Looking back, though, joining my Discord server might have been the best thing that Tanner could have done that evening, or it increases chances of making it through the night. "Welcome to the stream," continued. "Do you know what game you want to play?" "Minecraft." Gave the answers that everybody in chat had predicted, which sent them spiraling into awes and silly emotes. There was an innocence to Tanner's voice that made me like him immediately. I could tell that he was the quintessential kid, fun-loving, excitable, and quick to laugh. "Minecraft it is, then," I said. "Let's boot her up." "Okay." We were silent as we launched the game. I knew that as a professional, I should be making small talk with him, but I wasn't sure how to go about bantering with such a little kid. I don't have any younger siblings or cousins, and my wife and I haven't reached the point where we decided to have kids of our own yet. Luckily, Tanner solved this problem for me. "Should we play in my world or yours?" he said. "Let's play in yours. I think everybody would love to see what you've built." "Alright." He sent me an invite. I accepted it, and then spawned into his world. "Come and find me so I can give you a tour of my..." His voice was interrupted by the sound of shattering glass, which boomed through his headset so loudly I had to lower my volume. Based on the explosiveness of the sound, I figured that its source was close to his computer. "Is everything alright?" I said. "Something just broke into my living room," he said. "Let me check." I heard the muffled sound of him taking off his headset, then heard him quickly pick it back up, and place it on his head less than a minute later. "Dee," he continued, a frightened whisper. "There's a strange man inside my house, and he just went into my parents' room." The stress in Tanner's voice convinced me that he wasn't lying. I could practically hear the tears forming in the back of his eyes. In order to try to comfort him, if the phrases "strange man" and "parents' room" weren't ringing inside my head so loudly that they were threatening to black out all reason. I felt somebody had laced a Dr. Pepper bottle resting inside my mouse pad with acid. I was experiencing a bad trip, and this string gone wrong. It was my own personal hell. It was the realization that I was still maneuvering my character in Minecraft that finally snapped me back to reality. Here, a child was in the middle of experiencing a life-threatening event live on my stream, and there I was, mining a tree for its logs with my bare fists as a subwoofer lullaby pulsed gently through my headset. The shame I felt at my selfishness, and forever caring so much about the view counts and the fickle comments of my chat still lines my throat to this day. I closed down Minecraft, yanked my hand away from the mouse, and then placed my focus solely on the microphone and the sound of Tanner's voice. Everything else that I normally cared about while streaming, I buried under my desire to help this innocent kid, who probably fell asleep every night watching my YouTube videos on his iPad. Doing my part to save his life was all that mattered. "Hannah," I said, "you need to call the police immediately. Are you on your phone?" Luckily, my voice came out steady. I was afraid that it would come out shaky given the adrenaline pumping through my body like a drug. And over the corner of my eye, I could see the comments of my chat room whizzing across the monitor like a broken slot machine. I did my best to ignore them. "My phone is in the living room," he said, a voice just above a whisper. I could tell that he was only moments away from crying. "Don't worry, buddy. I'll call the police for you. Is there any place that you could hide? While inside the house, are you? Are you in your room?" "Yes, I am in my room." His tears had started falling full force, making his voice nasally. A distant scream of a woman erupted in my headset. The scream sounded painful and guttural, as if whoever was making it was having their vocal cords torn out one thread at a time. For one of the only times that night, the chat became completely still. "You need to hide now, Lieutenant. Is your headset wireless?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Take it with you and then crawl under your bed." For the next few moments, all I could hear was sniffles and the rustling sound of Tanner sliding under his bed. "In here." "Are you safe?" "Yes." "Okay, good. Stay put. I'm going to call the police, but first I need you to tell me where you live." Luckily, he knew his exact address, and I wrote it down using a pencil and paper I always keep in front of my monitor. As soon as the word left his mouth. "Good shot, buddy. You're doing great. Hang on for a second while I call the police, alright? Don't take off your headset." "Don't leave me all alone, Dee." His voice was laced with so much feeling that as he said this, for a moment I felt tempted to ignore the police and stay right there in Discord server with him. This feeling quickly passed, though, as another scream, this time from a male, exploded through my headset and sent the hairs on the back of my arms shooting into the air. "I'm not going anywhere, I promise. This just take a moment. Stay where you are." I quickly looked up the number for the police station in a city, which was another state, so I couldn't just dial 911 on my computer, and then pulled out my phone and gave them a call. "Police department, please state your emergency." Oh wait, wrong voice. "Police department, please state your emergency," said a woman's voice in my ear. I told her the situation in as few words as possible. She paused for a moment before speaking, presumably looking at whatever resources were in front of her.
The closest officer is 30 minutes away,
she finally said.
he'll be there as quickly as he can. 13 minutes?
It was then that I realized how truly secluded Tanner's house was from the rest of the city. For my initial scan of Google Maps, I had typed in his address on a fresh tab. While I explained the situation to the dispatcher, I could see how rural his neighborhood was. I doubted that it had a local Walmart, much less a regular police presence. The closest house was probably 10 acres away in the next 1 miles,
Yes,
said the dispatcher.
you heard me correctly. Is Tanner still on the line, or chat with you?
A rare slip up and understandable given the unlikelihood of the situation. I had heard of other streamers getting swatted before, but this made even that dangerous prank look like child's play in comparison.
Yes, he is. Good. Is he still safe? Should be. I told him to stay under the bed. Tell him that a police officer is on the way, and he needs to stay hidden until he arrives.
I put my headset back on and relayed Tanner her message. He responded with a tear clogged.
Okay.
And then I lifted my phone back to my ear.
I told him. Thank you, and from here on out, I want you to stay in the chat with him. Put me on speakerphone so that I can hear what you are saying, and so that I can advise you to should any new departments occur.
The moment the words speakerphone left her mouth, I cursed myself in mind. Why hadn't I thought of that? Here I was surrounded by thousands of dollars worth of gaming equipment, and I was too stupid to think of utilizing a technology that even an 80-year-old grandfather could use. Hit the speaker button placed on my phone in front of my keyboard, and then nuzzled my headset back over my ears. The sound of Tanner's shallow breathing greeted my flesh. He sounded like a small and wounded animal caught in the middle of a railroad track as a freight train came hurtling towards his head. Hang tight, buddy. A police officer is coming as quickly as I can. You're doing great.
Thank you, Dee. I always knew that we would be friends.
Before I could respond with such a touching remark, a scream so guttural ripped through the headset that I just nearly roared back in my chair.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I said, trying to keep my stomach acid from rising into my chest.
You're in the living room now,
He said, voice almost a sob.
I think he's killing them.
Several more screams burst through the chat.
He's killing them. Keep your voice down, Tanner, or he'll heal you.
My command was greeted by whispered sobs. I imagined Tanner's voice shrieking in my ears as he met the same fate as his parents, and sped along the officer's patrol car in my mind. Another volley of screams berated my headset, flooding my ears with a twisted crescendo of guttural yells. These screams seemed to go on for an eternity. Then my headset went silent. Several agonizing minutes later, the dispatcher's voice sounded through the phone on my desk, telling me that the officer had just arrived at the front of the house. This news came much earlier than the initial estimate of 30 minutes and filled my body with joy.
Keep hiding, Tanner,
I said.
That police officer I told you about just pulled into the driveway. Here's that will help you. Okay, Dee.
A few moments later, the sounds of gunshots burst through the headset, followed by another round of screams. Terror gripped my lungs at the sound, coming in, guns blazing like that. I'm sure it hadn't been the officer's plan. Something must have happened. My guess was that he had been ambushed, and I desperately hoped that he would be the one to come out on top.
What are you yelling now, Tanner?
I said. He was silent for a few moments and then said something so horrifying that that it has haunted me to this day and will continue to do so until I am old and gray.
That man just said dumb F-word cops. Their heads don't come off like they used to.
I slumped back in my chair, blood draining from my face like water down a drain. I'm sure if I would have looked up at my monitor, I would have saw a ghost staring back at me. My already sky-high stress levels went plummeting into the stratosphere, and I couldn't tell up from down.
Their heads don't come off like they used to, dumb F-word cops.
The sound of Tanner's hoarse and innocent voice, projecting the words of such a sadistic man, will echo for an eternity in the darkest chambers of my mind. So horrified was I by the thought of what had happened to that poor police officer's tears nearly filled my eyes. Now wasn't the time to let my emotions get the better of me, though. Given that there weren't any other cops in the immediate area, I knew that I was in the best person to help Tanner escape the situation alive, and as much as it frightened me to think about, in one piece.
Just sit tight, Tanner,
I said, voice almost as hoarse as his.
I'm going to find a way to get you out of this, I promise. I trust you,
said Tanner. He had stopped crying long ago. I could tell that he had fallen into survival mode and respected him all the more for it. Although he wasn't my kid, I had only known him for such a brief time. My newfound responsibility towards him made me feel as if he had been born into my arms.
Hang on for 1 second. I need to talk to the woman on the phone again, okay? Okay.
I took off the headset and leaned in closer to my phone.
Are you still there? I am. The officer you sent is dead. Are you sure? How do you know? Turner had heard him get beheaded. I knew of no
other way to say it.
You can hear the man who killed him talking to himself about it in the living room. Jesus Christ.
And this brief comment from the dispatcher filled me with almost as much dread as the thought of hearing Tanner's last breath bellowing through my headset, for it was a moment that I realized just how much of a dangerous turn the situation had taken, as if a professional police dispatcher who dealt with emergencies daily was shocked enough to make such an out-of-character comment, then something truly extraordinary was taking place.
I have a SWAT team on the way, but it will take them at least 35 minutes to get there. And this time, when I say 35 minutes, I mean it. We're lucky that Officer Brunswick was able to arrive at the scene so quickly. The SWAT team is traveling from town, which is a lot slower going.
I pictured Officer Brunswick's body laying in the middle of Tanner's living room, bloody and headless, and thought that he was anything but lucky.
What do we do then? He doesn't have that much time. You need to tell Tanner to flee the house the moment he has the chance. This house is in a densely wooded area. You can take refuge in the trees until the SWAT team arrives. Ask him if he has any windows in his room.
Okay, good idea. I grabbed my headset from its place on my desk and then threw it back over my ears.
You stand with me, Tanner? Yes, sir.
The way he sometimes called me sir was so endearing that it only made me like him and fear for him even more.
You needed to run out of the house the moment you get the chance and hide in the woods until more policemen get there. I know it's scary, but you have to trust me. Are there any windows in your room? No.
Tanner's answer made me place my head in my hands. What kind of room didn't have any windows?
I don't think I understand. You said that you were in your room, right? Yes, but my room is in my basement.
Of course it was. At this point, I couldn't see any variations of the situation that ended with Tanner leaving the house alive. He might as well have been stranded on the moon for all all the good anybody could do for him down there. The thought that he might get pulled out from under his bed at any moment screaming bloody murder before the sadist slashed him to pieces burdened my every breath. Before I had a chance to consult with the dispatch about the new development, Tanner's whispering voice came over again, greeted my ears.
He's looking for me, Dee. I can hear him walking around upstairs. He keeps saying that he's going to find and kill whoever's hiding from him.
My heart just about leaped through my chest. Once I took a breath and thought about it, though, it made sense that the intruder now knew that there was somebody else in the house. For why else would a police officer arrive at the scene, gun drawn, unless somebody had reported him?
Everything is going to be fine. Just stay where you are. More help is on the way. You don't understand. He's coming down the hall towards the basement. I can hear his footsteps getting closer.
Tanner's voice started speeding up.
I have to do something, Dee. I can't stay under the bed. You won't find me too easily.
I heard the sound of thumping footsteps approaching through my headset.
Oh my god, he's at the top of the stairs.
I heard a rustling sounded of clothes sliding across the carpet. Tanner! Tanner! A cacophony of a body tumbling to the ground raised my eardrums. I heard the sound of a knife splitting flesh, and then a scream so guttural it made all the previous screams I had heard that night seem like laughter. I nearly passed out in my chair. I felt like my heart was being torn from my sternum, and I really heard what I just thought I heard. And Tanner, the innocent little boy who just wanted to play Minecraft with his favorite streamer, really just been massacred in his own bedroom. I couldn't stomach the thought. This couldn't be happening. The universe couldn't be so cruel as to rob this innocent child of his beautiful life. Just as I had given up hope I would ever hear Tanner's voice again, his voice rang out, loud and clear through my headset.
I got him, Dee.
He said.
He tripped him as he came down the stairs and then murked him with his own knife, just like you would have done.
I looked over at my monitor, and through the thousands of peppy hands and poggers, I could see swirling across the chat as a nauseating pace. My eyes locked into one word, which stood out among all the emotes with a sign like a signpost glowing through the windows of a speeding car. Justice. As proud as I am of Tanner for taking the situation into his own hands and ending the life of that miserable wretch, I'm having difficulties finding myself again after such a traumatic experience. The memories of that stream haunt me daily, the plague of my sleep with brutal nightmares. It's not the sadist that haunts me, although I think about him a lot too, but the prying, invisible 50,000 pairs of eyes that were watching the events unfold in real time through my stream. They had loved every minute of it. It was the best stream that they had ever seen and probably ever would. It was this thought that caused me to have a realization. They would watch a stream thing again if they were ever given the chance, if it happened in a different time, a different place, and to a different kid. They would drop everything they were doing to glue themselves to the computer screens, as if they were watching an episode of Game of Thrones. After my experience that night, I learned that human beings flock into violence, just like the junkies in desperate needs of a fix. They search for it on the dark web, they buy it on discs, they read about it in books, and sometimes, if they are lucky enough, they even watch it unfold live on Twitch. In this way, I learned that we are all like a sadist. We might not act on our violent impulses, but we revel in them nonetheless. We need the Tanners of the world to suffer, for without them, what else is there to entertain us? This is why, my friends, the biggest stream of my life scarred me for life, and I will never stream again. God damn! God damn. Alrighty then. That was I was not prepared for that. I thought there was like, oh, and Tom is actually a ghost and it's gonna. No, you just get a huge dose of realism. Jesus, that was a good story. Alright, next is beta test. Oh, god damn it, phone. I need to be able to see YouTube chat in case someone chats. Alright, there we go. Alright, beta test. Roxy's Lounge. It was a sort of dimly lit, mid-century styled bar that was too classic for me by half. In the real world, it's the kind of place I'd have gone to get shit-faced on overpriced cocktails at a game developers conference after party. But that was in the old days, back when there was still a studio to foot the bill. Thankfully for me, here inside a simulation, money was of no concern. But it wasn't just a promise of inebriation that led me through Roxy's neon entrance that night. It was a name I'd stared at in a user list incredulously for walking my ass here from across town. It can't be him, I thought. When the hell did they jack him in? Oh, Jesus Christ. The words escaped my breath. The cringe that followed could not be stifled. All I could do was avert my gaze into the deep ebony hardwood floor and let the involuntary expression run its course. When I unbuttoned my face, there he was, sitting at the bar. Mad Cow. I waved away my holographic display, a translucent overlay of usernames, locations, and notes shrunk and vanished into my peripheral vision. What remained was an old lead programmer wearing a cow-print suit and fedora. The infamous cow-printed suit and fedora looking as ugly as it was expensive. He was hitting on the bartender. I felt aftershocks of cringe return. "You son of a bitch," I said as I approached close enough to be heard over the murmur of other patrons. He spun around in the bar stool and sized me up behind a pair of ruby-tinted aviator glasses. He made an exaggerated frown. Tell me you don't look that old in real life," he said. "Life comes at you fast. You, on the other hand," I gestured at his entire outfit, "are apparently 13 years old again." He scoffed and reached out to grab my hand. The handshake quickly became a pat on the back and then a full-blown hug. I hadn't seen Lucas, aka Mad Cow, in nearly 10 years. Already memories were flooding back with never-ending crunch nights at Darkroom Entertainment, our game studio. Memories of passing out at our desk, on couches, or occasionally the floor. It all seemed like a lifetime ago now. I took a seat next to him and signaled the bartender. "What's the fun of living in a simulation?" he said. "If you don't cock it up a bit, have you even played with the closest options yet?" "You look like a little confused, Blim. Anyway, what's with this about living in a simulation? Buddy, I just work here. And when you got me this job, you didn't say I have to work with you." "You think I'd pass on this sort of opportunity just because He stopped before I could finish the thought for him. Because I'm still a well-paid programmer with a career. The pause turned awkward until the bartender broke the silence. "Is this guy giving you a hard time?" she asked. I met her gaze. I must have held it with moment too long. She cocked an eyebrow. Yeah. Yeah, I finally said. "He's an asshole." He chuckled and shot Lucas a playful grin. "Please try not to scare away my customers, Mr. Mad Cow." he said. 1,000 pardons, Miss Roxy, Lucas said and leaned into the bar. Say, can I convince you to whip up my usual end? A gin and tonic for my colleague here? Good memory.
Sure thing. What sort of work did the two of you do together?
She asked.
Or quality assurance.
Oh, wait. Lucas. Oh, wait. What quality assurance? Lucas winked at me. We're probably the best paid beta testers in the world.
This world at least,
I said, but that only earned me a slightly confused look from Roxy as she got to work mixing our drinks. Isn't she something? Lucas said once she stepped out of earshot. I've been giving her my own personal Turing test and all evening.
I bet you'll have.
I shook my head.
You know there's an easy way to tell if she's real.
I waved my holographic display back on and pointed to the purple diamond that appeared over all the simulated characters' heads in the overlay. A new translucent box rolled outside Roxy with her name and background information. I waved it away. There's no fun there, Lucas said. And I'm being serious. This sort of thing, this level of AI, this is the type of stuff I used to dream of working on back when I was at the dark room. She really is perfect. Everything here is. In case you haven't noticed, and you know what the worst part is?
What's that?
I mumbled, staring as Roxy twirled ice cubes around a highball glass.
The worst part is they didn't need me to code it. I always thought it would be you and I that built a place like this.
He sighed.
At least, we're still part of it, I suppose.
Roxy presented our drinks, garnished with lemon and sprigs of rosemary. Lucas took his with an appreciative nod and sipped.
Even the goddamn alcohol is perfect,
he said.
Anyway, how's the testing coming along on your end?
My reply was cut short by a crash of shattering glass, then screaming. It was guttural, so intense and unexpected that my concentration was immediately broken. I felt a surge of panic like ice water down my spine. I spun around and saw a lounge table flipped on its side, a man convulsing on the floor. Everyone rushed to his side, but he grabbed her arms, hurling her backwards.
Stay the fuck away from me,
he yelled as she staggered back. I set my drink down too hard, sloshing gin onto the bar. My hands free, I flicked my overlay back on, confirming that the people were also human testers. Lucas was already on his feet, rushing over to help. I followed after.
I can't breathe.
The man screamed.
I can't fucking breathe. Wake me up. None of this is real. It's freezing. I'm in a fucking pond. Let me out.
What happened? Lucas asked the woman. She looked frightened.
He was fine a minute ago.
She sniffed.
Suddenly he thinks he's dying in real life. That I'm not actually real because I'm not feeling it too, I guess.
Sounds like yes, Lucas said, staring down at the man.
Us?
I blurted out stupidly.
No, idiot. Did you even read the forms they had a sign? Acute solipsism syndrome has a potential risk of total immersion.
Lucas knelt down beside the man, who was now shivering, with his head propped uncomfortably against the leg of a lounge chair.
Listen, buddy,
Lucas said.
you're going to be alright. You're not drowning, you're breathing just fine in real life. They told us to watch out for these symptoms, man, but it's nothing serious. You need to get up so you can report it.
The Texas would be helping him if there was really a problem, I said to the other tester. It came out more like a question than a statement. She gulped and nodded. I saw a familiar face over her shoulder. Mara. Mara? Mara was sitting back at the bar, her long dark hair framed a strange expression, something like pity as she watched the commotion. I thought for sure she'd step in to help. The situation was her project after all. But instead, she took what appeared to be a martini from Roxy and drank it in a single gulp. After that, she said something to Roxy I couldn't hear, stood up and left. You're really here. Lucas reassured our colleague, still playing the role of paramedic.
Try remembering how you got here.
I looked back at Mara's empty seat. Roxy was wiping down the counter. I felt pity of unease. Felt the pit of unease settling in my stomach. Remember how you got here, I thought. The elevator ride was so long that I nodded off. I woke up startled like I'd been falling and shrinking with embarrassment. If the other people packed into the freight car had noticed, they spared me any acknowledgement. The only one looking at me was my own bloodshot reflection in the elevator's chromed paneling. Jesus, I looked like shit. Fucking jet lag. But how long have we been descending? I had barely finished unpacking when the Foundation staff knocked on my door. They ushered me downstairs with the other prospective testers into the basement of the mountain lodge. From there, we boarded the elevator. It was minutes ago, but it already felt like yesterday. I giggled stupidly, remembering the excruciatingly long load times and most of Darkroom's games. It became something of an inside joke to trap our players inside elevators as a new level was loading. It was a necessary evil to maintain immersion. Some of our more masochistic fans even found it endearing. So is this what you've hidden the loading screen? I said to break the ice. No response. Either these weren't gamers or they were too jet lagged past the point of zombification. Well, maybe I'm just not funny.
No, that is much further down.
A woman finally said from inside the controls. She faced me and smiled knowingly. Oddly, she looked to be well rested. Flowing black hair draped down her lab coat from the edges of her name tag. Dr. Mara Drost. It's getting real cool, a man said. I realized I could see my breath wrapped around my arms together.
It has to be cold for the computers to function.
Mara said.
That's why all the servers are kept so far in the ground. It saves the Foundation a fortune to meet in maintenance and cooling costs.
The elevator chimed when the doors opened. Whatever was left of my grogginess vanished in a wave of awe. Lucas, what the hell have you gotten me into? We stepped out on what felt at first like an infinite black void, punctuated with sharp points of white light. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out wires suspending the lamps from catwalks further above us. As bright and numerous as the lights were, they could barely scrape the volume of massive underground cavern. Only the faintest impression of light reached the walls just enough that I could discern the roll of marbled stone in the distance. Up above the crisscross of man-made catwalks, the vaulted ceiling peaked in utter darkness.
Welcome to the bunker.
Mara said as she beckoned us down a path of lampposts further into the cavern. It looked as though someone had teleported the guts of some research facility deep into the mountain. Cold steel and concrete were fused to natural stone with practically that couldn't conceal the strange beauty of the caves. We passed through an opposing bulkhead door and crossed a bridge that spanned a lake of water gleaming like black glass.
The Foundation really built this place,
Said a woman, awestruck.
it must have cost a fortune. Not exactly.
Mara said without breaking stride.
Actually, people have been building this place for thousands of years. Ancient people explored these grottos and discovered their salt deposits. They mined it for centuries, all throughout the Dark Ages, until it was sealed.
Why was it sealed? I asked.
The records are unclear about that. What we do know is that the Soviet government excavated it to use as a fallout shelter in the event of nuclear war. We have them to thank for most of the infrastructure, including the geothermal extractors after the Cold War. It was sealed again until we purchased it. So to finish answering the first question, yes, it did cost a fortune.
I followed along with the tour, wondering just who was investing so much capital into the foundation for the sake of virtual reality technology. Sure, we would love to get our hands on it at Dark Room, but even at the height of our success, we were in no position to buy a fucking underground Russian base. Something didn't add up. Still, the pay was on a scale barely fathomable to someone who teaches game design to college students, and there was something else almost nostalgic. I felt like whatever this was, it was a chance to get in on the ground floor for the next new thing. If this proved to be groundbreaking, maybe I could make a name for myself in the industry again. We came at last to a second massive vault, clearly reshaped by some heavy machinery into a smooth, perfectly rectangular warehouse. Fluorescent lights shone through grated catwalks that ran above dozens of stainless steel cylinders, each of them barely larger than a person. A soft thrum of machinery reverberated throughout the room. Technicians scurried between computer terminals along the outer walls.
Come.
Mara beckoned our group up the stairs onto the catwalks.
The first group has already been at it for a week. Have a look. Others will be joining you inside the simulation.
From atop the walkway, we could see down into the cylinders. Many were empty. The rest held people floating upright in some sort of liquid. They wore breathing masks, not unlike scuba regulators, and appeared to be unconscious.
These pods are totally sensory deprivation.
Mara continued.
Closer to suspended animation, in fact. In that state, your brain can interpret sensory stimuli in a simulation as a genuine substitute for, well, what you're experiencing now.
Mara looked down at the occupied tanks.
They are in a whole other world now. Towns where we've constructed for you, the test is just the beginning. There really is no limit to the worlds we can build.
When Mara looked up, she seemed to read expression on our faces.
Everything is perfectly safe.
She added quickly.
We have a full medical team on site 24/7. I've been immersed several times myself and will be joining you all inside. Does anyone have any concerns? It probably already inside.
A woman amused. Everyone just slowly turned to her, and she explained.
Think of what we're on the threshold of here. If we can truly run into simulations of reality, there's only one true reality, then the odds are in some form of simulated reality right now.
Someone objected, and the room seemed to explode immediately into a deep philosophical debate on the topic. The term quantum Hall effect was spat back and forth quite a bit. I more or less kept out of high school physics and tuned discussion out. I just stared at the half-naked people below, floating some sort of lucid dream. Fuck it, I thought. What have I got to lose? There was no hell until rebuilt it. It's what Mara had said to Roxy during our colleague's panic attack. I asked Roxy out of curiosity after the simulation had calmed down. Do you know what she meant by that? I inquired.
No idea.
Roxy said, and then asked if I wanted another drink. I really should get back to work. I declined.
Alright then, and good luck with the beta test.
She blinked at me. I left Roxy's alone to contribute my nighttime exploration. There were no rules to this job per se. We just had to spend our time in this place however we saw fit and report any flaws in the experience. I decided that to give myself some structure, I would pace out the boundaries of this town. It was modeled as quaint little resort settlement in the mountains. The street outside Roxy's followed a bend around the edge of town. Storefronts faced a low cobblestone wall on the other side of the road. Beyond that, the hill sloped down into a procedurally generated forest of pine trees that stretched out to a foggy horizon. It was clearly based on the real terrain above the bunker, but the town itself was a work of fiction. I strolled from the street light to street light, dragging my fingers along the rough texture of the stone. A mild breeze rustled at the silhouettes of trees and brushed gently over me. I closed my eyes and breathed the fresh evergreen scent in deeply. Every minute of sensation was as real as anything I'd ever experienced. I daydreamed about the generation of games that would surely spawn from this technology. Even Darkroom's most immersive VR titles would have seemed primitive and obsolete going forward. Suddenly, sharply, the breeze became uncomfortably cold. Some primal sense told me to snap out of the daydream. Something was wrong. Mara's cryptic words came back to me. I'd realized I'd been walking in darkness. The street lights were out. I turned around, confused to see I'd passed half a dozen blown-out lights without noticing it. The storefronts, too, were vacant and dark. I wondered if I had stumbled into some unfinished area. The sound of the wind had changed, too. Not the wind. No, not the wind. The trees. Behind me, there were streetlights. The streetlights still worked. The trees stirred in the gentle breeze, but in the dark area they stood perfectly still, as if frozen. I was already thinking about how to word this in a bug report when I realized I wasn't alone. Up ahead, leaning against a broken streetlight, was a shadow of a man. I walked towards him, hoping for some validation that he, too, was seeing the same thing. But I hesitated halfway between my streetlight and his. Something was wrong with him. He was twitching strangely, as if caught in the throes of some spasm. For a moment I thought of the tester that Roxy's convulsing in pain. But no, this was different. The man was sobbing.
Oh, Captain.
He wept in a raspy voice, seemingly to himself. I was about to ask if he needed help when the clouds parted, bathing us both in moonlight. My blood ran cold. The old man was withered and emancipated. Little more than a skeleton. He wore nothing but the same neoprene shorts and nylon harness we were all given in real life before entering the pods. The vertebrae of his spine jutted sickeningly against the pale, glistening flesh of his back. In disbelief, I waved for my holographic overlay. Nothing happened. I needed to know if this was real, if he was real. I waved again, and then again. It wasn't working. Impossible, I thought. We kept trying. My frantic gestures might have gotten the old man's attention because he finally raised his head. Long strands of white, wispy hair parted to reveal the same breathing apparatus we all wore. Where his oxygen tube would be was only a torn, tattered rubber scrap. His bloodshot eyes opened wide with shock. They fixed on me with the same surprise and horror that I must have been reflecting back at him. I could hear his tortured breathing intensify. Shouldn't be here, he finally snarled, and he lunged at me. Stupefied, I was too late to react. His wet, freezing hands found my neck in a choking grasp. She's like that. He growled and tightened his grip. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream, only panic. I tried to pry his hands off my throat, but they were too slick with that same goopy liquid from the pods. My hand slipped down his friarly arms, and that's when I noticed it. That stupid fucking tattoo. That squirrel holding a katana in shitty black ink. Mad Cal got me so drunk at the launch party for our first game, and he was able to convince me to get that damn thing. It was my own alter ego on my forearm to match his. And there it was, blurry and faded, but unmistakable on the skin and bones, man. He had my tattoo. I stared at his face, even as I struggled to breathe. The recognition washed over me in a wave of cold terror that swept my sanity away. It was me. It was me. The absurdity of my situation gave me a sudden burst of strength, dreamlike vigor, and I hurled the ancient doppelganger off. It staggered, and I gasped for air. Just when I thought it would charge at me again, something flashed in the distance. Suddenly, just for a moment, the sky was brighter than daytime. The abrupt brilliance stunned the creature, and it stared, horrified, at the source beyond the horizon. No! It whispered at the lingering glow of the explosion. I seized the moment and ran. As I did, a sound like a crack of thunder smashed through everything. More explosions burst across the horizon like lightning. Every illuminating flash revealed the town as something else, shattered ruins, desolate and decayed. They never finished it, the creature screamed. They'll never finish it. Its cries became incoherent wail of rage and agony. It then disappeared entirely in a roaring boom. When at last I made it to the well-lit area, the entire cacophony ceased. There was only the gentle sound of the breeze, and a slight tinnitus in my ear. My overlay finally responded. I kept running as I searched Mara's location on the user list. I found her on a rooftop of the tallest building in town. She was sitting on a ledge smoking a cigarette and sipping wine from a crystal stem. She greeted me without taking her eyes off the panorama of the town laid out before her. That I was frantic, gibbering wreck, gasping to catch my breath didn't seem to faze her. Trying to explain what just happened, she only faced me to refill her glass from a bottle resting beside her. Her wind-tousled hair framed the same pitying expression she wore at the bar. What the fuck was that thing? What's that thing? I demanded. She shrugged dismissively and turned away again. She seemed to be staring at the shadowy part of the town I just fled from. An anomaly. An anomaly, she said. Her lack of concern was exasperating. Hadn't she been listening? Didn't she care? I don't doubt, I said firmly. Wake me up now. She took off a drag of her cigarette, then flicked ashes off the side of the room. I'm
I'm afraid that isn't possible,
she said. I took a deep breath, trying to contain my anger. Dr. Drost, I said slowly. Laura, I'm sleeping in one of your pods. I know you can revive me. She seemed she seemed to find this amusing. But there was something else cracking in the persona, as if she was trying to cope with something herself. Was she drunk?
I already did revive you.
She finally said.
A long time ago.
What are you talking about? I said incredulously. You're right here. We literally just started.
This instance just started.
She said as if she were clarifying the situation. My confused expression must have told her otherwise.
It's all so lifelike, isn't it?
She continued, gesturing across the entire landscape.
We had you testers to thank for that. It was an interactive process. Every time we reran a simulation, our experiences helped us tune it just a little bit more. We just got a little closer to perfection every time.
That doesn't make any sense. I gritted my teeth. Mara was supposed to be the one professional we could all rely on. She was our lifeline. We trusted her. Now she was spouting nonsense. How can I be in a simulation right now talking to you if you'll already woke me up?
Because you're an instance too,
She said.
a copy of your original mind.
She finished her cigarette and tossed it away.
That's why you had to be in those pods as long as you were. A frozen scan, we call it.
Why? I began to mutter, but I felt a shortness of breath. I was beginning to feel dizzy, dissociated. This couldn't be right.
It was the entire purpose of the Foundation.
She said.
It's one thing to build a perfect virtual reality. Our benefactors wanted us to prove it was possible, to upload minds to it. They wanted to live forever on the inside.
She went on, but I couldn't follow her jargon. Something about discovering a neural correlates consciousness. No. I cut her off in a snarl. My head was swimming now. I mean, if this is all true, why are you telling me this?
It's not like it matters anymore.
She shrugged.
Every time the situation iterates, it deletes the previous instances and begins again with fresh copies.
Every time. My thoughts flashed back to those long nights at dark rooms, sitting at my desk, pacing the hallways, crashing on the couch in the break room, all the while strung out over the latest build of our game. The polished final product was the result of countless interaction. Meetings at the whiteboard, debugging and redesign again and again, version after version. Now it's just to make a video game. But something as complex as this place. How many versions had it taken to get this far? Dozens. Hundreds. So you murdered us, I said, confronting her gaze. Over and over again.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it.
Mara said. I wanted to scream, what other way is there? But knew it was futile. There's nothing for me to do here with all my anger and confusion. I decided to leave Mara alone and do the right thing I could. I smarched back to Roxy's and get mind-numbingly drunk as soon as possible. I was about to head downstairs when I remembered something and turned back to her. Why did you say what you did back at the Roxy's?
What?
It was her turn to look confused. You said there was no hell until we rebuilt it. This place is so perfect. Why did you say that? She shook her head and looked again into the dark, static part of town.
The anomalies,
She said.
I'm not the first one to see one, but I don't remember them. Not from previous iterations. I should be able to remember.
She hung her head down and closed her eyes.
I wasn't lying. lying back at the bunker when I told you I'd been immersed before. I'm as much as a copy as you are. The only difference is that I can scan in regularly. I can remember every previous version unless I'm not around to scan in anymore. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to reread that again, because dongles are barking. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, Danger Noodles. Apparently there's a mailman. Alright. So let me reread that. Alright. The anomalies.
She said.
Not the first to see one, but I don't remember them. Not from the previous iterations. I should be able to remember.
She hung her head down and closed her eyes.
I wasn't lying back at the bunker when I told you I'd been immersed before. I'm as much as a copy as you are. The sole difference is that I can scan in regularly. I should remember every previous version unless I'm not around to scan in anymore.
She took in a deep breath and shuddered.
And a glitch on that scale doesn't just happen randomly or overnight. The sign the hardware is failing, has been failing for some time. When our servers were custom built for billionaires that want to live forever. They're kept deep underground in perfect conditions. They could run for 1,000 years, maybe longer. If nobody would have to turn them off.
I said, connecting the dots. She turned to me with a fresh tear streak in her face. I thought of the bunker, the frigid void of empty caverns deep beneath the mountains. I thought of terminals flashing, attended only by withered skeletons. Geothermal extractors whirled behind ancient and ominous Soviet bulkheads, sealed now and forever against some outside apocalypse. And somewhere deeper still, within some still running computer, my own long dead ghost was still trying in vain to wake me up from a simulation stuck in an infinite loop. Out past Mara's gaze, a dark patch of town seemed to grow larger, an ink blank. Tendrils of its desolation spread from one streetlight to the next. The wind became chill, and with it came a distant sound, faint but similar, like the wails of something lost and afraid. I may have opened my holographic display and began a bug report. ASS.
Okay, I like that. That was very fun. I like that story. That was really creepy. I was not expecting that. Alright. On to the next story. We got a bunch to go through. Hopefully nothing will... well... interrupt my stream this time. Alright. Willow Creek.
A small orb of orange light quickly illuminated, then faded back into the darkness as Paul Donovan took a draw from a cigarette. He sat slouched in a plush chair in his living room, the hand that held the cigarette now dangling over an armrest. When he exhaled, smoke rose, hovered near the ceiling, though it was impossible to see it in the darkness. After a brief moment of questioning his willingness to continue, he picked up the TV remote in his free hand and pressed the power button. The solid blue screen initially caused his dilated pupils to ache, so much so that he winced and glanced away from the screen for a few seconds. Once his eyes adjusted, Paul swapped the TV remote for his wireless game controller. He pressed and held the start button until the system booted up. After taking one final draw of his cigarette, he snuffed it out in an ashtray that was resting on a nearby end table. The disk reader inside his console rolled as it spun up to load the game data. Continue to level 3. A dialogue box gave him one last chance to change his mind. He initially used the controller's stick to highlight the no response and lingered there while contemplating the possible consequences of playing on. But he had to finish what he had started, and hoped that by completing the game, he could put an end to this madness. More importantly, he wanted his son back, and he was prepared to do whatever was necessary in order to get him home safely. He returned the cursor to the yes option and confirmed his choice. Being an avid lover of horror and survival games, it was only natural that Paul would accept the challenge and play this game. He had learned of it quite by accident 2 weeks ago as he was browsing discussion forums of his favorite gaming site. Someone had posted a topic requesting recommendations for scariest games. Paul opened the thread with the intention of providing a long list of his favorites. But as he read through the responses, he saw how the conversation had turned in a much different direction, beginning with a reply from a user he had never seen before. Chameleon is 01.
If you guys are looking for a skill game, I've got one for you. I'll bet no one as bored as you couldn't even finish it.
Gamer Gabe.
Yeah, right. We played everything there is. What's the name of it then, newbie?
Dark Shadow 957.
No post count plus outrageous claim equals troll.
00 Raven 00.
Well, what game is it?
Revenge of Sephiroth.
Let me guess. A Pokemon game?
Gamer Gabe at Revenge of Sephiroth. Dark Shadows 957.
Troll? Come on, guys. Don't feed the troll. It's called Willow Creek. So, sounds, sounds lame. I googled a little game. It doesn't exist. Nice try though. But bye now. It's in pre-production bootleg. It's not supposed to be out till next year. We still will have heard of it as of an upcoming release. Besides that, how would you even get a hold of such a thing? Jeez, some people. I work for the developer, that's all I can say. You want to play it or not? What system? PM me, and I'll get you the version for whatever system you need. The more Paul read at the depth of the thread, the more his intense was piqued. He wondered whether or not 00 Raven 00 had gone on to request the game from the stranger. He hovered this mouse over the link to Chameleon and 01's profile, then clicked and began composing his own private message to an unknown user. He was hesitant at first to give out his home address, but he rationalized it away by telling himself it wasn't any different than hundreds of random strangers using eBay had already obtained his personal information over the years. A yellow padded envelope with no return address arrived in Paul's mailbox 4 days later. 4 days after he had sent the private message. Inside was the game disc in a paper sleeve. On the disc, crudely written in ink, was Willow Creek, Beta V 1.1. So this could be a little guy is in charge of beta testing. That makes a little more sense. Paul mumbled to himself. His mouth then broadened into a partial smile. Well, he didn't have to be so cryptic about it. A young boy came running into the kitchen where Paul stood over the rest of the day's mail. Who are you talking to, Dad? The boy asked. Oh, no one, Scotty, just myself. He shuffled through the bills and junk mail. Scotty was 10 years old, an above average student, but a typical boy all around. He loved playing as soon as the ending of a stream of video games that his father was constantly bringing home. He partnered up for many adventures on most of the multiplayer games, unless Paul deemed the game to be too mature for Scotty. And even when games were single player, Scotty loved to watch as his father solved all the puzzles and defeated the toughest bosses. Paul knew that Scotty's mother would probably not approve of all the games that they played together, but she hadn't had a say in the matter for nearly a year now. We've got a new game, Paul announced to his son, holding a disc out towards Scotty. Scotty took it from him. It looks fake, he said. Well, it's a beta test. Will you be among the first players? Scotty's eyes lit up. Cool, can we play it tonight? I don't really have the time. Just make sure you get all your homework done first, okay? Scotty hung his head as he placed the game disc on the kitchen table. Alright, he replied in a resigned voice, remembering how much homework awaited him that evening. It was getting late when Scotty finished his schoolwork and came barreling into the living room, begging his father to play the new game. It's already 9:30, but you need to be getting to bed soon. Can we at least start it? Paul hesitated for a moment. Okay, but you're not staying up past 10. Scotty's excitement boiled over as he grabbed the game disc and booted up the console. He handed his father the first player controller. After a brief title screen, there were 3 level options listed from top to bottom. The only option was active was level 1. The remaining 2 levels were grayed out. In the background behind the text was a still image of a closed door, depicted from inside a dark room with light radiating from the gaps at its edges. What's this about? Scotty asked. I don't know exactly, but it's supposed to be scary, so I'll maybe sending you to bed if it gets too bad. Scotty groaned. Paul confirmed the selection of level 1 and sat back as the game loaded.
It looks like it's only one player, so you'll just watch me play for a little while.
And computer, shut the fuck up. Sorry about that. It's okay.
After a few seconds of load time, a cutscene appeared. Paul and his son watched the animated footage. The first-person perspective, as the protagonist entered a door with a frosted glass window into an antique office environment. On the window, decaled in thick black lettering, was Detective Charleston. Somber ambient music droned in the background. The scene reminded Paul of the way many of the classic film noirs he'd seen over the years had begun. Right away, he realized that this would be more of a puzzle-solving game, an intellectual's game. Paul caught on to the gist of the game relatively quickly. He played as Detective Charleston, traveling all around the virtual town of Willow Creek, finding clues that could be pieced together to advance the storyline. In Level 1's mystery, he was introduced to the story of James Braxton, a man that worked the third shift at the Willows Creek steel mill. One night, while having an argument with co-worker James, was pushed into a blast furnace. The perpetrator left the scene. There were no other witnesses. It was up to Paul to find all the evidence and have the murderer convicted. During one practically realistic cutscene of the murder, Paul had ordered Scotty off the bed. Scotty protested at first, but soon relented. Paul finished solving the case by himself and was pleased with his work when the police finally slapped the handcuffs on the murderer. In the final cutscene of Level 1, the game automatically saved his progress. Paul's phone rang. He looked at his watch, 12:37.
Come on, you're going to wake. Come on, you're going to wake up, Scotty.
He whispered as he reached for the phone. He answered it.
Hello? Thank you for setting me free.
Paul put the phone away from his ear and glanced at the screen. Unknown caller.
Who is this?
He demanded.
James Braxton.
Oh?
James from Willow Creek. You solved my case.
Paul was taken aback. He glanced at the television screen, which now displayed a dialogue box beckoning. Continue to level 2.
Who is this really? Where did you get my number? I told you. I'm James from Willow Creek. I just wanted to thank you for solving my case. Now I'm free. I only had about 6 weeks left before reaching the dreaded 1-year mark. Thank God you came along. No one else had solved my case yet. I even. Where did you get my number?
Paul interrupted.
From Chameleon, of course. What the?
Paul trailed off as the phone slipped from his hand and landed with a thud on the carpet. His mouth sagged open in disbelief. He looked down at the phone. The illuminated screen stared back up at him. He could still hear the muffled voice at the other end. He grabbed the phone and shut it off as quickly as he could. Paul's heart was racing and drops of sweat began to form from his brow as he switched off the game console and the TV set. He was bathed in silence and the darkness of his living room. After a long moment to gather his thoughts and to allow his pulse to settle, he quietly snuck into Sky's room where he watched his son sleep peacefully for several minutes. Paul was not able to fall asleep himself until nearly 4 a.m. He could not shake the uneasy feeling of the phone call. His last thought before finally drifting off to slumber was how, unless he was going to be at work later that day. Paul woke in a fog at first, but then jolted upright when he saw the time on his bedside clock, 10:23. The room was washed in dim shades of gray as a heavy rain beat steadily at the roof and windows. Apparently, Paul had forgot to set his alarm against the chaos that followed the completion of level 1. After uttering a few choice profanities and throwing off the bed sheets, he darted into Sky's room. Its empty bed was neatly made. In the kitchen, Paul found a note.
You were sleeping so well. You were sleeping so well, I made my own breakfast. I have to catch the bus soon. Love, Scotty.
Paul sighed and felt such a failure as a father. It was in moments like these that he wished Laura was still there. He missed her in so many ways, and her parchment of organization, though annoying at times, was something he undeniably needed in his life. Paul stared into blank space as he lived in his mind an accident that took her. Once he snapped out of the vision, he decided to call in sick to work. Afraid to turn on his cell phone, he made a call from his landline. After a quick breakfast, Paul debated with himself about whether or not to continue the game. He finished off a cigarette as he rehashed the events of the previous night. As unnerving as it had been for him at the time, it now seemed like nothing more than a strange coincidence with a wrong number. A very strange coincidence, but how else could it be explained? Besides, Paul had never wanted to back away from a challenge. He had to finish the game. Console booted up the disk spot and the title screen gave way to a dialog box. Continue to level 2. Paul confirmed the yes selection. The second case for Detective Charleston was a housing developer who had dug up human remains while leveling a lot for construction. The site of discovery was roped off, and it was the objective of the player to properly collect all of the evidence and determine who the remains belonged to and what happened to them. Paul was meticulous in his actions, was careful to think of every possible piece of evidence. He collected samples for DNA testing. He interviewed a former landowner, a construction foreman, and equipment operator who had made the discovery. He pored over photographs of the crime scene. Little by little, he pieced together the story of a woman who had been kidnapped and murdered. She had been carjacked in a fiery accident, was staged to cover up the disappearance. She was then held captive by her abductor until he finally did away with her and buried the remains. The case was solved in its entirety when the DNA test results came back. There were 2 DNA profiles in the samples, one for the perpetrator, who turned out to be the known troublemaker in Willow Creek, and the other for the victim, Laura Donovan. Paul threw the controller aside. His pulse immediately increased to the point that he could feel his neck throbbing. His ears rang and he began shaking.
That's no way.
He choked on the words. Tears welled up in his eyes as he recalled the circumstances surrounding Laura's death. The car had burned beyond recognition. The funeral was closed casket. Had something more happened to her? Had she not died at the scene as this game was suggesting?
What told you?
He screamed at the television, his face dark red. There was no answer, just the ever-increasing throbbing of his pulse, now audible in his ears, and a prompt on the screen. Continue to level 3. Paul rushed over and plugged the game system to the TV showed solid blue. With the exception of the pounding rain outside, silence enveloped the house. He paced around the living room, wrestling in his own mind for answers. How was this possible? There was no way it was all a coincidence. The wall phone rang. The sound of the mechanical bell was jolting, threatening to split Paul's head in two. He agonized at the thought of the caller's identity. Most people did not have his home phone number.
No, please, no, don't do this to me.
The initial reaction was one of terror, but what if it really was Laura calling? What if he somehow released her from the crutches of the game, just as James claimed that he had done it in his case? Ridiculous, Paul thought. She's dead. He made his way over to the phone mounted on the kitchen wall. Hello? Paul, Paul said with great caution, the way an intimidated parent would approach an angry parent.
Oh, Donovan.
It was a woman's voice. Yes.
It's Janice Pendleton from Roosevelt Elementary School. We were just calling to check on your son, Scotty, since he was absent today.
Paul was at loss for words. Janice continued.
We couldn't reach you on your cell phone, but we found an alternate number in Scotty's file.
You're telling me he didn't show up today? There was a pause of confusion before Janice delicately replied.
Yes, sir. We found it odd since he rarely misses a day, so we wanted to check.
She trailed off. He left school as usual this morning, Paul said. I mean, I was sleeping, but... He realized that no matter what he said next, it would make him sound like a negligent parent. He began to weep and tried his best to hide from Janice, but she was able to pick up on it.
Mr. Donovan, if you're saying you don't know where he is either, do you want us to notify the authorities?
No longer attempting to hide his sobbing, he managed to blurt out, Yes, please. Then he wept uncontrollably, dropping the phone receiver. It hit the kitchen wall with a hard thud and swung there by its cord as Paul sank to the floor. Paul spent the remainder of the evening at the police station. He answered a barrage of questions from multiple officers and detectives. He filled out endless amounts of paperwork. He pleaded with everyone he encountered to stop wasting time and find his son. The officers convinced Paul that they would do everything in their power, and then persuaded him to go home in case Scotty returned. That's how many of these cases resolve themselves in the early stages, one officer had told him. The rain had subsided by the time Paul returned home, leaving wet streets and walkways. He unlocked his front door into the darkness. The house was silent. Scotty? He called, standing in the doorway. Are you here? But there was no response. Paul knew that if he were simply sitting around the house waiting, he would go insane. So he booted up his computer to visit the message board thread about the game, and to give the chameleon guy a piece of his mind. As the computer was starting up, he gazed at the framed photo on the desktop. The show was of himself, Laura, and Scotty taken at a family reunion during a much happier time in their lives. He fought tears again and then turned the photo face down on a desk. The computer was ready. He navigated to the message board and found a thread. He noticed two things had happened since he last been there. First, the user Chameleon01 was no longer listed. Everywhere he had posted his username was replaced by an icon, with that text no longer a registered user. The other item of interest was that the thread had been locked by moderators after the argument about the mysterious game grew much more intense. As Paul was reading the heated exchange, he heard the front door open. A sigh of relief washed over him, and an impossibly large smile crossed his face. Oh wait, whoops, sit for me, sorry. As Paul was reading the heated exchange, he heard the front door open. A sigh of relief washed over him, and an impossibly large smile crossed over his face. Scotty! Scotty! He yelled. He ran down the hall. Scotty, you're home! Thank God, you had me so late. Paul stopped dead in his tracks when he turned in a corner to face the front door. Scotty had not come home, but Laura had. Even though she had lost weight and appeared sickly, Laura's embrace felt like home. It was comfortable and familiar, although it had been almost a year since Paul experienced it. They lingered in the doorway in that position before either of them spoke. Finally, Paul pulled back, his hands remaining on her shoulders, and asked, Laura, is it really you? How is this possible?
It's really me. You freed me. It's so good to be home.
Paul was awestruck as they resumed the embrace, and kissed passionately for several minutes once the disbelief for present lessened. Paul led Laura over to the couch and questioned her about all that had happened. I don't even know what it started, Laura. I was playing this video game at night.
I know, Paul. I know. Let me tell you everything that happened to me.
Paul nodded and listened intently.
I didn't die in the car crash.
Laura began.
He took me.
Who took you?
This thing that calls himself the chameleon.
Paul's stomach sank and his brows creased as he tried to make sense of this. Took you where exactly?
After he abducted me and burned my car, I woke up in a holding cell. There were hundreds of us in there, stacked in cages lining the walls. I don't think the place is even in this realm. He told us that if someone solved our case in the game, he would send us back to the real world. And when I was released, I passed through some sort of portal and wound up in the sewer tunnels under Hamilton Square.
What in the world? That sounds crazy, Laura.
I know it does, Paul, but you got to believe me. It's happening.
What is he getting out of this? I mean, why not just make the game about the human collateral?
I think the human collateral is the point. It's some kind of sick game to him. The cages are stacked around the perimeter of a very large warehouse, like a room. In the center of the room is a stage where people whose cases aren't solved within 1 year are creatively...
She begins crying.
Smashed in gruesome ways.
Laura leaned over to embrace Paul again, her tears dampening his shoulder.
I saw terrible things, Paul, and my time on the stage was only 2 weeks away.
The gravity of this hit Paul like a ton of bricks. He rubbed her back.
You saved me, Paul. Thank you.
I have to tell you something, Lola, he said after a contemplative pause. Scotty is missing.
I know.
Laura replied somberly.
He's in the game.
Paul sat in a dark living room and stared at the prompt on the screen. Continue to level 3. After selecting yes, and while waiting for the case to load, he closed his eyes and hoped beyond measure that the case would be presented was Scotty's. Laura watched silently from the couch. The familiar cutscene played, showing the entrance to Detective Charleston's office. Once Paul had control of the game, he opened the last case file and began reading. He nearly burst into tears of joy when he read about the missing 10-year-old boy. His objective was to find a boy and have the kidnapper brought to justice. It must update through the internet's connection, Paul said to Laura. The disk is just a gateway into the game. I bet if I went back to level 1 again, it would have to be James' case was something new. One of the chameleon's latest victims. As Paul was saying this, he had a sudden realization that this would never end. He would be compelled from then on to spend every waking moment of his life playing this game, unless someone experienced a gruesome death that he might have prevented. His conscience would never let him put it down. Paul refocused on the task at hand. He worked the level 3 case as diligently as he knew how, taking to possible witnesses at Wells Creek and collecting evidence from the playground where the boy was last seen. Soon, he was at an impasse. He did not have enough evidence to figure out what had happened, and he had no further ideas on how to proceed.
What's that store next to the playground?
Laura asked. I think it's just a convenience store, Paul replied.
Can you go talk to them? Maybe there's a security camera or something.
Really don't. Paul navigated Detective Charleston into the store and spoke with the manager. Moments later, he was able to obtain the security camera footage. The time of disappearance, which showed the boy being stuffed into a car with a clear license number. Back in his office, Detective Charleston ran the plate number and located the kidnapper. And after handcuffing the scene, Paul was treated to a congratulatory message for having solved the case in level 3, and they waited. The house remained quiet, and it did not take long for Paul to become frustrated. He paced nervously in the living room. What is he? I solved this case.
Give him more time, Paul. Remember, it took me several hours to make it back here after being released.
Paul noted, but did not call him. He stepped out on the front porch for another cigarette and to watch for a boy to come running toward him. In the distance, when this did not happen, he darted out to the middle of the front yard, gazed out into the darkness with his arms outstretched, and yelled, "Give me my son back! Take me instead, you hear me? Do come take me instead!" The dogs barked in the distance. Paul collapsed onto the lawn. When he finally looked up, he saw Scotty moving toward him. He wasn't running, but walking slowly. He was reaching up with his left hand as if being led by a much taller adult. But Paul did not see anyone walking next to him. As Scotty approached, Paul could barely make out the vague outline of a tall, cloaked figure holding Scotty's hand. In a moment, Scotty was in Paul's arms. The outlined figure stood over them. It was not translucent, but entirely solid, yet it took on a perfect semblance of the surroundings behind it. If Paul were to reach out and touch it, his hand would not pass through it, but meet resistance, as real as any other body. It stood motionless and silent and waited. Laura burst the front door and off the porch into the yard.
"Scotty!"
She called to him.
"Mama? It's me, baby. It's really me."
As they hugged and wept together, Paul turned his attention toward the nearly indescribable cloaked figure. It was at least 8 feet tall by his best estimation. Paul was still kneeling when the figure's cloak parted at the bottom, revealing a blackness that could only be rivaled by the deepest, darkest cave. Nancy stepped forward and swore to Paul. The edges of the cloak reunited and it was all silent.
"No!"
Laura's scream was drawn out and ended with hysterical wailing as she realized not that only she and Scotty remained in the front yard. Somewhere in an inaccessible netherworld, Paul slowly awoke in his fourth-story cage. He heard the wailing of all other occupants in their cells, though he could not see them. On the wall of his small dark cage was a placard with 2 dates written on it. First was the date of his imprisonment, and the second was the date exactly 1 year from then. Suddenly there was commotion below as a slightly overweight man was led by the cloaked figure into a spotlit stage in the center of the arena below. The man was manacled to a post, with a sinister-looking mechanical device positioned behind him. Paul had already closed his eyes by the time the machine started up. He did not want to see what it was or what was going to happen to the man. However, the screams he heard would never leave his mind. 750 miles away from Paul Donovan's earthly home, a middle-aged man known in certain internet gaming circles as 00Raven00 opened a padded envelope that had been sitting on his kitchen counter for several days. He inserted the playing disc into his gaming system and watched the opening sequence. Once he had control of the game, he opened a file folder on Detective Charleston's desk. Apparently, a man named Paul had been pushed in front of a subway train by another person, who then fled the station, according to witness statements in the file. Being primarily an action-based gamer, 00Raven00's patient wore thin quickly. He spent only 15 minutes exploring for clues before giving up.
"This isn't even scary,"
he declared, and switched the system off.
"Well, he's dead."
He is definitely dead.
Damn. Alright. So that's it of that one. Next is Pokemon Black, which shouldn't take too long. It's only 5 minutes. Anyways, Pokemon Black.
I stumbled on this unsettling story of an obscure Pokemon bootleg / art hack, and I thought might be neat to share on here. I think this originated from 4chan, so I have no idea if this hack actually exists. It probably doesn't, but it's still a great concept / tale. In what you call a collector of bootleg Pokemon games, Pokemon Diamond and Jade, Chaos Black, etc. It's amazing the frequency with which you can find them pawn shops, Goodwill, flea markets, and such. They're generally fun, even if they are unplayable, which they often are. Mistranslations and poor quality make them unintentionally humorous. I've been able to find most of the ones that I've played online, but there's one that I haven't seen any mention of. I bought it at a flea market about 5 years ago. Just make sure the cartridge in case anyone recognizes it. Unfortunately, when I moved 2 years ago, I lost the game, so I can't provide you with screen caps. Sorry. The game started with a familiar Nidorino and Gengar intro of Red and Blue version. However, the press start screen had been altered. Red was there, but the Pokemon did not cycle through. It also said Black version under the Pokemon logo. Upon selecting New Game, the game started. The cursor opened speech, and it quickly became evident that the game was essentially Pokemon Red version. After selecting your starter, if you looked at your Pokemon, you had, in addition to Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, another Pokemon, Ghost. The Pokemon was at level 1. It had the sprite of the ghosts that are encountered in Lavender Tower before obtaining the Self Scope. It had one attack, Curse. I know that there is a real move named Curse, but the attack did not exist in Generation 1. So it appears it was hacked in. Defending Pokemon are unable to attack Ghosts. It would only say that they were too scared to move. When the move Curse was used in battle, the screen would cut to black. The cry of the defending Pokemon would be heard, but it was distorted, played at a much lower pitch than normal. The battle screen would then reappear, and the defending Pokemon would be gone. If used in battle against a trainer, when the Pokemon is representing their Pokemon would appear in the corner. They would have one fewer Pokeball. The implication was that the Pokemon died. What's even stranger is that after defeating a trainer and seeing Red receive $200 for winning, the battle commands would appear again. If you selected Run, the battle would end as it normally does. You can also select Curse. If you did, upon returning to the overworld, the trainer's sprite would be gone. After leaving and re-entering the area, the spot where the trainer would have had been would be replaced with a tombstone, like the ones at Lavender Tower. The move Curse was not usable in all instances. It would fail against ghost Pokemon. It would also fail if it was used against trainers that you would have to face again, such as your rival or Giovanni. It was usable in your final battle against them, however. I figured this was a gimmick of the game, allowing you to use the previously uncapturable ghost. And because Curse made the game so easy, I essentially used it throughout the whole adventure. The game changed quite a bit after defeating the Elite Four. After viewing the Hall of Fame, which consisted of Ghost and a couple of very underleveled Pokemon, the screen cut to black. A box appeared with the words, "Many years later." It then cut to Lavender Tower. The old man was standing, looking at tombstones. You didn't realize this man was your character. The man moved at only half of your normal walking speed. You no longer had any Pokemon with you, not even Ghost, who up to this point had been impossible to remove from your party through depositing in the PC. The overall was entirely empty. There were no people at all. There were still tombstones of the trainers that you used to curse on, however. You can go pretty much anywhere in the overworld at this point, though your movement was limited by the fact that you had no Pokemon to use, any gems. And regardless of where you went, the music of Lavender Town continued on an infinite loop. After wandering for a while, I found that if you go through Diglett's cave, one of the cuttable bushes that normally blocks the path on the other side is no longer there, allowing you to advance and return to Pallet Town. Upon entering your house and going to the exact tile where you start the game, the screen will cut to black. Then a spray of Caterpie appeared, and it was replaced by a Weedle, and then a Pidgey. I soon realized as the Pokemon progressed from Rattata to Blastoise, that these were all the Pokemon that I'd used Curse on. At the end of my rival's team, a youngster appeared, now a bug catcher. These were the trainers I had cursed. Throughout the sequence, the Lavender Town music was playing, but it was slowly decreased in pitch. By the time your rival appeared on screen, it was more than a demonic rumble. Another cut to black. A few moments later, the battle screen suddenly appeared. The trainer sprite was now that of an old man, the same one as the one who teaches you how to catch Pokemon in Viridian City. Ghost appeared on the other side, along with the words, "Ghost wants to fight." You couldn't use items, and you had no Pokemon. If you tried to fight, you couldn't. If you tried to run, you couldn't escape. The only option was fight. Using fight would immediately cause you to use struggle, which shouldn't affect Ghost, but did chip off a bit of your own HP. When it was Ghost's turn to attack, it would simply say, dot, dot, dot. Eventually, when your HP reaches a critical point, Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen cuts to black a final time. Regardless of the buttons you pressed, you are permanently stuck in this black screen. At this point, the only thing you can do was turn the Game Boy off. When you played again, New Game was the only option. The game had erased the file. I played through the hack game many times. Every time the game ended with the sequence. Several times I didn't use Ghost at all, though he was impossible to remove from the party. In these cases, it did not show any Pokemon or trainers, it simply cut to the climactic battle with Ghost. I'm not sure what the motives were behind the creator of this hack. It wasn't widely distributed, so it was presumably not for monetary gain. It was very well done for a bootleg. It seems he was trying to convey a message, though it seems I am the sole receiver of this message. Not entirely sure what it was. The inevitability of death, the pointlessness of it all. Perhaps it was simply trying to morbidly inject death and darkness into a children's game. Regardless, this children's game has made me think, and has made me cry. Damn. So that's it of Pokemon Black. Until Fallout 3, Number Station. Fallout 3 contains several in-game radio stations. The most diverse and important station is Galaxy News Radio. Many players with the evil persuasion know that if you kill 3 Dog, and he'll be replaced by Technician Margaret. She is not a charismatic person and has very little to say, seeming to not enjoy her new announcing duties. She also never appears in person and therefore cannot be killed. Once 3 Dog is dead, you're stuck with Margaret. What most players do not know is that under certain circumstances, GNR will become a number station. A number station is a station that broadcasts an unusual coded message. Many of these exist in real life, and some hypothesize that there are a nuclear retaliation patrol network. Simply check Wikipedia for more information about these old broadcasts as they relate to the real world. Back to Fallout 3. No one is really sure which actions are needed to hear the numbers of station in Fallout 3. It appears that you must kill 3 Dog because no one has reported hearing a number station with him still alive. It also appears I have to skip over the quest Galaxy News Radio, where you help boost the signal so that the station can be broadcast further than just to the immediate DC area. This is easy enough to do with either a speech check or simply using the Fallout wiki to look up where to go next and advance the main plot. Finally, you definitely have to destroy Raven Rock. This is the actual trigger to turn GNR into a number station, and will remain such for the rest of the game. However, the vast majority of the players who perform these 3 actions will continue hearing the standard GNR broadcast.
So there must be several more requirements the committee has yet to isolate. If you're lucky enough to have hit upon the right set of circumstances just after destroying Raven Rock, you'll get the message radio signal lost. And a few seconds later, radio signal found. You cannot, however, actually listen to GNR just yet because you didn't boost the signal and are out of range of broadcast at the exit of Raven Rock. Luckily, Raven Rock is situated in the mountains and is right near one of the few places outside DC that you can get high enough to catch a signal. So far, the confirmed location to hear GNR number signal are 1. Within the immediate DC area, obviously. This is true for regular GNR throughout the game. 2. At the top of Ferris wheel at Point Lookout. 3. On top of some of these SATCOM arrays you can climb in the northwestern map area. 4. On the roof of Tenpenny Tower. Now this may be within normal broadcast range anyway. Feel free to play test and get back to me on this. 5. On the highest point of the broken bridge around every view. Again, maybe within broadcast range anyway. 6. On some of the highest points of the mountain tops in an area near Raven Rock. This is obviously the easiest chance to first listen to the number station. When you tune in, you'll hear an old familiar voice, 3 Dog, despite the fact that you killed him earlier. However, you'll quickly notice that he does not seem to be in character. So I guess it's not technically 3 Dog, just the voice actor, Eric Dellums. He reads a series of numbers in a monotone, depressed-sounding voice. He always recites a list of single digits between 9 and 12 characters long. For example, 937917234. However, Heaver never uses a multi-digit number like 11 or 40. These numbers are followed by widely varying lengths of Morse code. This is then followed by the song I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. All other music tracks seem to be inactive on the number station. Morse code was the easiest part of the mystery to crack, as the code is widely available and many people actually know it by heart. We quickly had a list of great numbers of messages in English. Some sounded completely mundane and even comical, such as, "Watch to cook today, maybe Chinese for dinner." Or, "Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums and nuts." You may be saying, "But wait, YouTube doesn't exist in the Fallout universe." And you are right. As far as we could tell, all the messages sounded like they were based in our reality somewhere near present day. Some of the messages, however, are quite sinister, such as, "The Queen has died today. The world mourns as on days like these, we are all Brits." Or, "I can't believe they've actually done it. Not long left. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. I have a pistol in the attic." Just recently, a player in Oki forums noticed a message that brought to light the meaning of the messages. He was reading a thread and collected all known messages transposed from Morse to English and saw the line 12055282010. What are you talking about? You'll be missed. He realized this reference to the recent death of Gary Coleman, and then quickly realized the numbers were the time and date of death. He immediately scanned through the messages to try and find more examples of this apparent future telling by a game that's more than a year old. Next message he read shocked him and pushed him to enlist the aid of others to decipher the codes. The message was 94954202010. Accident in the Gulf. Several dead. Oil spill apparently averted. He realized this was the BP explosion and the erroneous day, one assessment that the well was not leaking. From this point on, all numbers will be transcribed as times and dates. All times were given in game in military format and remain so in this document. Numerous members of the Fallout Wiki message board began looking over the messages to see what else we could learn. We quickly found out that most of the dates were after the game had been released, yet oddly some were from the past. 2215, April 15, 1865. He's dead, and blame will probably be placed on an actor booth. Johnson better not cheat me out of the payment. This shed no doubt on the official version of the Lincoln assassination. As the community quickly started piling up interpretations of the messages, the mods of the site summarily banned everyone who had posted in or even read the thread. All reference to number station was removed from the Fallout Wiki. Infiltrating software was put into place to prevent reposting of any relevant information. A few people, however, are trading emails and slowly finishing the translation of the remaining messages and putting dates to existing ones. The Queen has died today. The world mourns as a day like these. We are all Brits. 402, March 19th, 2014. Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums and nuts. 24/16, December 24th, 2012. I can't believe Britney's actually won an Oscar. 21:33, February 27th, 2023. I can't believe they've actually done it. Not long left. They were warned. But they just had to keep pushing the boundaries of science. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. And the light. Dear God, the universe is slowly unraveling around us. I'm not gonna wait for death. I have a pistol in the attic. This is actually the only message not preceded by a string of numbers. It may be worth noting that the latest date on any of the messages is 1/27, July 6, 2027. Damn! I did not know that existed. That was creepy as shit. Alright. On to the next one. Oh, god damn it, fuck off. I have ad blocker on. Why does that go through? Anyways. Next is Entity 303. Entity 303, nicknamed 303, is a creepypasta commonly said to be the new Herobrine. According to the pasta, a former Mojang employee was fired by Notch, the creator of Minecraft. Now he wants revenge on Mojang and Minecraft players alike. Entity 303 is said to be not just a former employee, but a whole team of hackers, going by usernames like 303mojang.com 303 and entity.303. If you have any files on your computer that need anything with 303, then it could be the 303's hackers. 303 can also hack into players' worlds and corrupt them. 1 of 40 players are affected by 303 and his team. Herobrine actually came to warn us about 303 by showing what he would do. 303 plans to grow in Minecraft by the end of 2014 or 2015. Signs have been seen in worlds hacked by 303 saying, "Help. Help? Help?" In Swedish. That means Herobrine needs our help to defeat 303. If he is not defeated soon, Minecraft will be in his control. Note, the first 303 sighting was on December 10th, 2013. The events of that encounter are not known. First encounter. The following is an email from Frankie, the first person to encounter Entity 303. That was supposed to go to Speed, first person to ever speak out about 303. Frankie's email has since been deleted. Date, email sent December 11th, 2013. Email frankie_the_miner2001@yahoo.com. Subject, Entity 303 information. Message. Hey Speed, my name is Frankie. I'm a huge fan of Minecraft and I've been playing for about 2 years now. Every day after school, me and my friend John would always play on his private server. He was a bit of a noob at Minecraft, but since he was pretty rich, he decided to buy a private server so we can play multiplayer survival, along with my friends Vincent and Brady. One day we were all in a group Skype chat, and we were working on a huge surreal city that we were in the process of building for at least 8 months. We were really proud of with how it turned out. It was located in a desert, so we appropriately named our city Dry Bones. All of a sudden, while we all went to grab supplies to finish the hotel that we were working on, John noticed something strange in the chat. The only plugins that we had on the server were essentials, along with some plugin that Brady found called Social Spy. In Social Spy, it seems that someone named player.number 303 used the command /stop. Now John suffers from major anxiety. I've known him since preschool, and he's always been a really insecure person, so when he saw that so-called non-existent player try to shut down the server, he immediately thought that it was a hacker. At first, I thought it was just a bug or something that he was paranoid, but I reminded myself that this was a private server. I set up the plugins for him and such, and I kept the server whitelisted. Since I didn't know how, there was no way anyone could join except us. I checked the server control panel, and it showed we were the only ones on the server. I was getting a bit confused, so we all decided to ignore it and continue on with our survival. I was about 20 minutes in, and I was walking with Vincent in the nearest forest to grab wood, which wasn't near at all. All of a sudden, we see a white figure in the distance of the desert. It appeared to be a model of some type of ghostly figure. With what I could barely make out as red eyes, I quickly took a screenshot and ran after it. For some reason, Vincent's player just stood still. I assume it's just lag, but he's not even speaking on Skype call. I checked Skype to ask if he's still alive. No answer. He's not even on Skype call. By now, Brandy is just ignoring us and concentrating on the hotel. John is freaking out. I can only hear shakiness in his voice. Anyhow, I open up Minecraft again to see that the white figure disappeared. Vincent disconnected from the server. I tried calling him on my phone, but no answer. It goes straight to voicemail. I tried texting him, but the texts don't deliver. John's getting worried to the point where it sounds like he is about to cry. Brady isn't even listening to us. He's not aware of the situation at all. I finally get his attention. He finally realizes how peculiar this problem is. He TPS to me and helps me search for the white figure. Now John's hysterically crying, thinking that the hacker killed Vincent in real life or something. Suddenly my screen starts glitching. It's not normal for Minecraft to bug out like that. It looks like it was corrupted or something. If that's not bad enough, the chat starts spamming object successfully summoned by player number 303. I look at the Skype chat and realize that someone has joined the call. It does not have a username, nor did it get any notification of someone getting added to the call. John's just watching this all happen. His voice is shaking, and I can hear him sniffling. Honestly, it was starting to get a little freaked out myself. Brady seemed to leave the call and disconnect from the server, possibly out of boredom. I try to calm John down, but he simply repeats, "I can't take this anymore. This is too much for me." Then with Skype caller finally puts his face cam on, it's too dark to see anything. John gets too overwhelmed and leaves the call and server. I don't blame him. If he stayed any longer, he'd probably have a mental breakdown. It's just me and this novice player. I ask if there's anyone there. I hear a faint voice saying something like, "Make a wish." It was faint, yet it sounded like a voice changer. I decided to switch on Minecraft to see if a player is there. The chat spans with file overload in red text along with "Make a wish" in gray text. I suddenly get poisoned with a potion of blindness. I then lose my ability to move. I can't even turn off my computer or exit out of Minecraft. This player then runs up to me. It seems to have a ghostly skin on, with red eyes and a large white parka. The chat then says one more thing. "Make a wish. Say goodbye to your friend." Skype call drops and somehow exits out by itself. And the player runs up to me and hits me. For some reason, it makes that "oops" noise that used to exist in beta and earlier. My computer then shuts off. I try to turn it on, but to no avail. I try using my phone, but the internet is down. I wait about 3 hours before turning on my computer. The desktop wallpaper was changed to green coding, probably hex. I didn't realize that literally everything except the recycling bin was delayed from my PC. I turned off my computer and used my laptop. I tried calling John, but he doesn't answer. The same goes with Brady and Vincent, so I just go to bed and go to school the next day and speak with John and the others next day. I go to school the next morning and Brady is the only one to show up. He says Vin and John's parents call his parents ask if John or Vin are at his house. Apparently, they went missing. There are no sign of them, and the police came to their houses to check and see if there were any clues on where they were, but there were no results. I decided to ditch school and walk to John's house to see if he's there. I see his mother sitting on the steps crying. I ask if she's okay, and she says that John apparently committed suicide. Not in house, most likely snuck out to end his life. Handed me a piece of paper, and she claimed it had been left by John's computer table. I read the note more carefully. I can't take this anymore. I can't sleep. I'm afraid if he's watching me. I can't live like this knowing that someone's after me, wanting me to die a slow, painful death. I'm sorry, Mom. I love you. I started to cry a bit when I read the last few words. I checked the back of the paper. Written in the corner in very small text was the familiar phrase, "Make a wish." After about 20 minutes of confronting John's mother, I have to go check on Vincent. His dad car is in the driveway, but no one is home. Not even his dad. I sneak in the house, and what do I see in his bathroom? Written on a mirror in red marker are the words, make a wish. Now is when I realize that these weren't coincidences. This was a serious issue. Not just some hacker, but someone who's mentally torturing his victims and causing them to so-called disappear. If you get this email, speed, and if you ever encounter 303 again, I want you to quickly close out of your Minecraft and shut down your computer. I don't want you to end up like Vincent or John. Please be careful. If I get more information, I'll contact you immediately. Good luck.
Second encounter. December 13th, 2013. I was playing with some friends on Xbox 360, playing Minecraft, and we were in creative mode. Building a big city.
I'll be right back, guys. Doggo needs to go out. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Alright.
The world was also on peaceful mode. We were all having a good time until somebody's house started burning. Now, of course, we all heard of griefers, but in fact, we were blaming everyone. In fact, another house started burning as well. We blamed the host for his host privileges. However, we were wrong. We all decided to investigate what was really going on. We all went to a house together, including the host, only to see the most scariest thing happen. We looked through the windows to see TNT go off by itself. Somewhere in the distance, we were all starting to get scared, and would get even more scared. We then began to look around the houses, and most of them were on fire. There's nothing that could set the houses on fire, and fire spread was off. So was Team T. I tried to believe the host at Team T, and fire did not work. One more thing, crap started happening when we were all together, including the host. No one was missing in the house. I counted heads and we were all together, but stuff was happening and we couldn't explain it. To my surprise, we started finding signs in TNT going off again. It wasn't too much. I plugged a cable into my Xbox into my computer. I opened up a program and used the source code that were going on. To my surprise, the source code described the entity as 303. My source codes soon started getting out of control. Weird 303 entity codes were showing up, and I couldn't stop them. My computer was being overwhelmed with this. I tried to find out who was causing this, but I just couldn't. Just 303 did this, and that, nothing else. Nothing. But not everything was caused by him. The host started trolling us to scare us as well. It wouldn't be a secret for long. Source codes told me everything that was happening, including what the players did, and me as well. But then the source codes were done. They were surely done for it. Picture 303 source codes. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out what was happening. But the source code soon spelled out the words, "Make a wish." I thought this was the host, but then started blaming everyone again. As you can see in the source codes, I highlighted everything that NC303 did. Block 1241 is TNT. Item 3213 is flint and steel. Block 4 is wood. And also in the RAR of the world, I highlighted, "Make a wish." As I said earlier, this list went on and completely busting my computer. But one question remains. Is this Herobrine?
Two white figures, one is likely entity 03.
Soon the host had to go to sleep and left the world. However, the source codes were still working. No idea why, and the world was off. Entity 303 was still controlling the world. I decided to exit my program and see if anyone had seen the mysterious entity on Minecraft forums. There were a few people. Some of them sent me pictures that they had taken, and only a PC player took a picture as he had seen it as well. He said he was playing with his friend in a private Homachi server. As you can see, they encountered it as well. Yes, it has a texture pack, but he sent me the pack and there's no mob or block with a white skin. Soon, a mysterious profile on the forum started to chat with me. He only said a few words and then left the chat.
Nacho, thank you. You are crazy when he sees this. By the way, you're next.
I hurried and clicked on his profile, but the page 404'd. Soon I received an inbox message from him and clicked reply. I asked him where Herobrine was, only to get back a scary reply. I got this message.
I replaced him. He has died. He is no longer with us, nor is anyone else.
I was using another website to apply to him for protection. On the forums, my account suddenly signed out. I tried to sign back in, only the forums to tell me.
Your account has been deleted for the following reason. Stop.
I couldn't believe it. I made another account and started researching and went to sleep as well.
Full email conversation.
Conclusion. There have been many more sightings after this one. The first person who saw 303 has disappeared from the internet. He hasn't been heard from since December 10th, 2013. The most recent encounter as of July 7th, 2014. This one on July 7th, 2014, the second encounter person. YouTube with the speed 179. Skype texting with a friend in the middle of the conversation. 303's team hacked his computer. If you see things in your Minecraft worlds like birch wood and oak trees, fire in the sky, random cobblestone where it's not supposed to be, upside down crosses, figures in the distance, or other suspicious occurrences, Entity 303 could be hacking your Minecraft. If you think you've been hacked, look through your whole computer and delete files with 303 in them. Remember, a lot more than 1/40th people are affected by 303. There are some people pretending to be Entity 303. If you see someone with a Minecraft username Entity 303, and just ignore the person. Be careful and stay safe. If you see anything weird in your world, post a comment showing the picture. Update December 13th, 2013. D303 said that we have 5 weeks to train because the war will be in 5 weeks. Get ready, guys. He also said look out of your window at night because he said you will see him eating children and spitting out their bones. Children are disappearing. The last thing they did was Minecraft. Also, the Speed 179's team discovered the sulfur of immunity. It is an IP address that protects you from 303. It is currently unknown how it works. If you haven't been affected by 303 yet, it will happen in 3 weeks. Teams. Entity 303 cannot be beaten by fighting it alone. So, some people created teams. The team leaders recruit members over the internet to fight Entity 303. The Speed 179's team is the first one. Speed's team has a special server called the Sulfur of Immunity, a thing that protects you from 303.
Alright, well, that's an interesting thing. I don't know why these people really fucking hate Minecraft. Okay, that's just more stories I can look at later. Alright. Alright, the next game. But why do we keep saying game? God damn it. Next story. I signed an NDA to meet a game dev team. I regret it.
I have to be incredibly careful with what I say here, not only because of the NDA I signed with one of the biggest names in gaming, but because what I'm about to share is one of the darkest secrets a billion-dollar company could possibly bury. And I fear the consequences might be worse than a pack of hungry lawyers clawing down my door. Honestly, I never planned to speak on any of this. In my mind, it was always meant to stay buried. One of the skeletons we take to the grave, you know. Maybe it'd come out to a longtime partner or some random at a bar. But for the most part, I fully expected to keep all this to myself. Things have changed drastically. A few months back, I was lurking on a few boards. I came across a rumor that this particular gaming studio was developing a new project. By rule, I typically avoided anything related to this gaming studio, so it had been a while since I had seen any associated news. I suppose that I did see the community buzzing that sparked mild curiosity. This goes without saying, but most online rumors are entirely false, regardless of the conversation around them. However, anyone with a nerdy niche interest knows that if you're in the right circles, there's always someone who seems to know just a little bit more than everyone else. And confirmation from one of these types of people led me on a wild goose chase for more information. While I didn't find much beyond hints at what might be in development, I came across a comment that halted my research. The comment read,
I'm surprised
"The gaming company."
is still around. Does anyone else recall disturbing stuff they pulled at their offices years ago? They never addressed it, and continued on like nothing happened, but seriously traumatizing people. Seriously, stop buying their games.
It was odd at the moment. I could feel my heartbeat rapidly increasing in my chest. I kept rereading the comment over and over because there's no way he was referring to what I thought he was referring to. 5, 10, 15 minutes later, I'm still looking at the comments, trying to deny what I knew had to be true. But why was I reacting like that? I had seen the company's name and watched playthroughs of their game. Hell, I was doing research on it myself. Why was I reacting like this? Only now, on reflection, do I realize it's not about them, it's not even about me. Not really. It's an understanding that the experience was a shared one. Not just my trauma, but the widespread silent trauma of everyone who had been there. We saw something collectively, and the fact that it wasn't just me or one or two other people made it so much more real. And even more so, we were also scared that every single person had been forced into silence. I quickly typed out a reply for the commenter to message me. Not good enough. After deleting the comment, I messaged them directly, hoping and praying for a response. Almost immediately after I did, they replied with a simple
F off.
and blocked me. Great. I spent the next few weeks looking to see if anyone else had said anything similar. My life had comprised of going to work, ordering takeout, and scouring the internet for someone else who had come forward. Nothing. In the midst of all of this, I got a call, one that sent me spiraling. It reignited images of that day, so vivid I often feel as though they were buried into my psyche. The following nightmares had woken me up in cold sweats on multiple occasions. So here I am, telling a story roughly a decade old. I apologize if anyone was looking for a grand adventure or a philosophical lesson. This isn't that. Just a story of a terrifying man who understands that telling you this may be the only way I can cope. That's all I'm asking for at this point. I don't need a solution or even those responsible to face justice. I just want to be able to sleep peacefully again. So there I was again, lurking on forums. This one in particular was dedicated to one of the most anticipated titles of the time from the aforementioned gaming studio. Exciting life, I know. I rarely talked on forums, but whenever I did, I usually get replies from the same few accounts. Most of it was innocuous, and nothing I committed to memory. I suppose that day was unique. At that point, we were still far away from the release, that there wasn't a whole lot of information out yet. So I did what any delusional person would do. I asked the board if anyone knew someone with inside info. Gameplay, mechanics, plans for the story. I didn't care. I just wanted something to enhance the excitement I was already feeling and the fear that my curiosity would grow painfully unbearable. Hours passed, and disappointingly, my question was lost in a sea of random conversation. It's not the first time, but this one stung a bit extra. I slept, thought nothing of it, and woke up to a familiar notification the next day. It was one of the accounts that often replied to me. When I checked the forum, he had responded to my post with a simple yes and a link. Curious but excited, I cautiously clicked on it to see what they had sent me. I was greeted by this bland-looking flyer. My eyes widened as I read the headline, "Meet and Greet with the Dev Team," along with the company logo and the title of the upcoming game. I nearly gasped when I finished reading the words. Here was my chance. I could meet the team behind the game and get some inside information on their plans. Hell, maybe I can even bring some of the most asked questions from the forum back and really make an impression on people. Anything to get those meaningless internet points. Wouldn't you know it? They were setting up shop pretty close, and tickets were relatively cheap. Back then, I assumed the dev teams only met fans at huge cons or lunch parties. They did it all. Never before a game was even released, but I wasn't complaining. In the end, I figured it was perhaps something to stir up some hype. It's not unusual for PR teams to devise innovative ways to connect with the public. And hey, maybe the team leaked a rumor or two to one of the participants who then spread it around. And now there's a newfound interest in your game. It's wrong as hell now, but that's how I rationalized it in my mind. The day of the meet and greet arrives. I'm headed over. My expectation is to pull into a GameStop or some other cleared out lot with tons of fanfare. Maybe there will be signing booths, different stations, mascots, the whole thing. Instead, I pull into a relatively mundane set of office buildings. At first, I wasn't sure if it was early or being pranked because there's no way an official event would have hundreds of people there, especially given that I live near a very populous city. Looking out my window, I finally spot a decent-sized line of people coming out of one of the buildings and several unremarkable signs lazily pointing towards where the meet and greet is taking place. Side note, if you're looking to crush the spirit of someone attending your event, just don't try. Seriously, no effort is almost always worse than bad effort. At least the latter shows you care. Anyway, remarkably less enthused, I made my way over to the line and waited. The most interesting part was a small talk with the organizers and some of the other waiting people. Not only that, but the line moved so slowly. If I hadn't been really committed to meeting the devs, I likely would have just walked away. I mostly stayed on my phone during the wait. The few times I glanced up, something caught my eye. Every person who left seemed out of place. I don't know how to describe my feelings at the time. I think at first I thought they were all depressed. At first I assumed it was just a general disappointment, but the more I observed, the more they seemed genuinely sad. A good portion of those who left were crying. Total strangers would exhale silent hugs. But total strangers would exchange silent hugs. There was just a heaviness that I couldn't perceive. Little did I know that was a sneak peek at what was to come. My attention was immediately caught as I shifted my focus to the front door. At first, I thought I was being deluded. I had to be. The more I watched, the more I noticed that not everyone who went inside came back out. You want to see it at a glance. The frequency was irregular, masterfully so. Just a few people vanishing here and there. Never enough to trigger alarm. Maybe they stayed for an extra autograph. Maybe there was a back door. Rational questions. What's harder to rationalize is why they never returned to the only available parking lot. How many confused office workers glanced at them and quietly wondered how many people were tasked with removing them and brushed off the creeping question. Where did the owners go? The thought of the empty cars sitting there, waiting for someone who would never return. It bugs me. I still get the ick when I see a car that's been sitting empty in one spot for too long. After what felt like forever, I finally made it to the front of the line. A guy in oversized sunglasses gave me a lazy nod toward the office entrance. But when I stepped inside, I got hit with a blast of cold air. One of their hit game soundtracks was playing through some cheap blown-out speakers, filling the space with tiny noise. Behind a desk sat a bolting clerk, half buried in a sea of paperwork with a few suspicious cans lying about. Off to the side stood a single orange door. Taped to the frame was a scrap of paper with poorly written words, Dev Team. I glanced around expecting more mentally chastising myself given how the rest of the event had gone. Couldn't exactly expect much more than what I was seeing, aside from dusty life-size cutout of one of their big-name characters. The room was supposedly bare. No merch, no excited fans, no energy, just recycled air, bad music, in the sense that this wasn't worth the $40. We exchanged a few awkward hellos, and he slid a thick stack of paperwork my way. But then I had already begun to feel that I no longer wanted to do this. But I come all this way, spent the gas, took the day off. At that point, it made more sense to just get it over with. I signed the forms and returned them. He took them and looked down and hesitated. Then he let out a deep sigh and rubbed his temples.
Long day, man?
I asked him, trying to keep it light. He stared at me longer than necessary, then let out a short, tired laugh. Yeah, it's a long day, he said, before rattling off a canned spiel about NDAs and basic rules. Then he pointed toward the orange door, plastered a half-hearted smile on his face, and said, "Good luck." Ready to get my answers and promptly leave, I walked toward the door and gave the man behind the desk, who had now moved, silently playing on his phone, one final half-smile. Touching the doorknob was like plunging my hand into dry ice. An instant burning cold made me yank back with a gasp, and instinctively shooting a look for the guy behind the desk. My shocked and angry expression spoke for me. He glanced up, gave me a lazy shrug, and went right back to scrolling on his phone. I wrapped my sleeve around my hand and tried again, gripping the cold metal through the fabric. This time the door creaked open. Inside, shadows swallowed everything. Only light came from the sickly blue glow of scattered computer monitors. As I stepped in, the door creaked shut behind me. The awful music from the lobby vanished, smothered by thick silence, broken only by a low electrical hum and a slight burning smell.
Hello?
I called out, my words eaten by the dark. I decided I like to consider myself a rational person. I knew from the jump that this whole experience was off. Whatever this was, it set my danger signals to 100. I spun back toward the door and reached for the knob, only to recoil again. It was colder now, not just cold biting. My fingers stung on contact, like I touched dried steel in a cold snowstorm. Forced myself to try again, it didn't budge. I swore under my breath and pounded on the door.
Hey!
Nothing. I hit it again, harder this time, desperate now, but no answer came. Tried again. Nothing. Like a caged animal, I pulled and twisted, hoping I could tear down the only thing keeping me from safety. But with each failed attempt, the cold reality sank in that I was alone. The hum and the dark were my only company. I let out a frustrated scream into the nothing before turning my face to the dark room again, my eyes strained, hunting for some other way out, anything that wasn't a dead end. I gripped toward the soft glow of one of the computer screens, moving slowly, my shin knocked into something solid. I froze, reaching out my fingers brushed against the back of something hard. Cautiously, I felt around the object until my mind pieced together that it was from a little light in the room. It was a chair. Figuring maybe I could use it to reach a vent or something, I swirled the object toward me, before I even had time to process why. I was already falling back hard onto the floor. Someone was sitting in it, slumped still, almost posed. The dim monitor light cast a sickly blue glow over his face. But it wasn't the screen that drew my eye. It was his mouth. It hung unnaturally wide, distended, broken-looking, and from within, a striped red and blue light spun like a siren buried in his throat. The flickering cast shadows across his gaunt face, dancing over skin, pulled tight to the bone. Whether fat or muscle he had once had was long gone. He looked consumed, like he had been starved from the inside out. His hands gripped the arms of the chair so tightly they seemed fused to it, flesh sunken, knuckles bone white, fingernails blackened. His clothes hung off of him in tatters, dusted in long strands of white hair. It looked like they'd once belonged to a full head of shoulder-length hair. But it was his eyes, or the absence of them, that made my breath catch. His eyes like his gaped impossibly wide, empty but surgically clean. Not a drop of blood, not a shred of tissue, just polished hollows where his eyes should have been. And yet somehow they weren't empty, because inside each socket suspended in the void spun another light, identical to the ones on the mouth, red and blue, rotating, silent, hypnotic. I find myself staring, trapped in those pits, caught in an endless cycle of color and motion. I don't know how long I was there, only that I snapped out of it with a sharp slap to my own face. Then I kicked the corpse away from me hard. My breathing turned erratic, my thoughts first a storm of confusion and panic. I had to find a way out. Now. I shot to my feet, fumbling for my phone, flicked on the flashlight, desperately looking for another way out. I nearly dropped it when something on the man's monitor caught my attention. Lines of code were appearing on the screen, then vanishing, then reappearing as someone were typing and bleeding in real time. I moved to the next workstation, another body, same position, same spinning lights. Codes were being written there as well. I moved to the next and the next, every screen, every corpse. Every one of them still writing. I'm no game developer, but I couldn't stop myself from looking closer. Even with my limited understanding, it was clear. This was game code. Someone had to see this. I hit record and made a second round, capturing all the bodies in their workstation. Hoping that as soon as I got out, I'd take it to everyone I could think of, the police, friends, and family. Hell, I would drive to the state capitol and show it to the governor if I had to. Whatever was happening here couldn't be kept a secret, and then the silence broke. It was subtle, barely there. In any other setting, I might have missed it entirely. The faintest sound of an inhale. I turned toward the sound, my heart hammering against my ribs. One of the nearest to me, its jaw twitched. A tiny grotesque motion, like it was struggling to open wider, to pull in more air. I stepped closer. The mouth opened further, joints clicking. The breath came again, deeper this time. They were breathing. I turned on my phone's flashlight, desperately looking around the room for a way out. And the lights, God, the lights. The lights in their eyes started spinning faster. The speed increasing in sync with the breaths. It was like they were waking up. I turned my phone's flashlight back on and swept it across the room. Panic now in full bloom. There had been another way out. There had to be. But the walls were bare. No windows, no vents. I was alone with the growing screams and breathing corpses. I turned and bolted back to the door. I grabbed for the knob again, but this time the cold was even deeper. It burned my skin. If I didn't let go, I couldn't. All the while I'm begging and screaming top my lungs. Please, for the God of love of God, help me! Bang, bang, bang. The breaths were going deeper, heavier. I knew I was running out of time. I slammed my fist against the door, harder and faster, from behind me. I heard it, a soft creak of old chairs turning in unison. Bang, bang. Help! I screamed, desperate, raw. A wet cough echoed from the room. One of the corpses was waking up. They were coming. God damn it! I yelled. Then, daylight. I flew out the tiny crack, turning for a final glance, just in time. See one of the corpses illuminated by the light, cracking it full rotate toward me. Snarl popped as it attempted to communicate, and then, in a loud whisper that then matched the movement of its mouth, it spoke. Standing above me was the man from the front desk, arms crossed, face twisted to barely conceal the noise, like I spilled coffee on his favorite keyboard. All right, that's enough. said flatly. "We don't need to leave." I scrambled upright, gasping and trying to piece together a coherent sentence. Anything to make him understand. I blabbed about the bodies, lights, and breathing the code. Another finger to his lips and pointed to the door, all while giving me a look that clearly stated, "Not crazy." I stared back, confused. How could he not get it? I wasn't crazy. I had seen what I saw. The man himself was mere feet from the door. And if others were experiencing the same thing within minutes of each other, I imagine all of them would be disturbed as I am. So what the hell? At first I didn't want to leave. I couldn't leave. There were people in there who clearly needed help. Now I'd already seen others go in and never come out. I begged the man to listen. That's when two large guys materialized out of nowhere, physically removed me from the building. No discussion. Later, I got a text, no pleasantries, just a reminder that everything I saw and heard that day was protected under the NDA I signed, and a warning that this company had no qualms about launching life-ruining lawsuits to protect its secrets. At first, I didn't care. What I had recorded clearly crossed the line. This was not a breach of contract, but a serious criminal offense. Then I tried to check the footage, corrupted every file. Of course, the only thing left was call the police. I lied. Said that there were sick people inside, possibly in danger, but I didn't stick around. I couldn't bring myself to be there when they showed up. To this day, as far as I know, there's never been a news story, no investigation, no PR nightmare for the company, only silence. I wish I could take anything from this. As far as I know, I don't have clinical depression, but I felt like I was right there for a couple of months. The game eventually came out to great reviews, and of course, I couldn't bring myself to play it, or any of their other games, for that matter. It's weird, you think any mention of that studio or their IPs would send me into full-blown panic. But it's not like that. Not at all. I do have this lingering dread that follows, but it's almost like my abject fear is stuck in that place. Or rather, with that place. I mean, hell, I don't even know if whatever I experience has anything to do with the studio in question. To that point, I conducted research on who was involved in the actual game, and none of the names of the development team that I allegedly met were listed. But still, they were coding something, right? I mean, I saw them building a game. I think of all this, the thing I think back on most was when the last course turned to me. He said something that was undeniably the most true thing I know about the situation. He said, "In hell." Wherever you are or were, I'm sorry. Last thing, I almost forgot this one. For a while, I was getting these weird calls. At first, I thought they were promotional robocalls telling me to buy their games because I'd been placed on a list somewhere. One day, I grew tired of the spam and said something less than pleasant on the phone. Immediately, the guy on the other end pauses and tells me, "Remember to keep your fucking mouth shut." He proceeds to list off my house address and where I worked at the time. Then he hung up, and for years he never called back. It wasn't until after I tried communicating with that random commenter that I finally received another call. The call was set on the path here today. He didn't speak for long. He didn't need to. I'll remember his words forever. He said, "You almost broke your silence. It's too bad. We know you have great eyes for gaming. Next time, we'll use them." Tuesday. I don't know what to do with that. For anyone asks, no, I'm not saying the location of the offices or releasing any information about anything. I just can't. Even if I could, I don't believe anyone will be digging into this. Honestly, I wish I could end this off with something, I don't know, important, meaningful. Honestly, I don't have anything to offer. Like I said earlier, I'm just a scared guy who needed to vent. However, I appreciate anyone who took the time to read this. At the very least, I can offer you this parting piece of advice. Be really careful which doors you step through. You never know what you find on the other side. God damn! That was good. Okay, this is one of my favorites. God damn. It's short, but terrifying. I like this one. Alright. The next story. Country roads. Holy shit. I don't trust roads anymore. Fuck driving. I'm getting a hotel. My heart is racing, but here's why. A couple days ago, I was driving down a long residential shortcut in Georgia back to my house. I was driving back from seeing my family members in Tennessee. When I was coming back, I didn't want to go on the highway because I figured traffic is usually bad on Thanksgiving holiday. So I put the shortest route in my GPS. My GPS always seems to be able to take me right through every single fucking ghetto that pops up along the way. The way I saw it is that I didn't stop, and it got me home faster. I didn't care. Something about the whole drive was just odd. The air was just a different position than normal. I can't really explain the feeling, but I just had this nagging ache in the back of my brain that was just telling me something weird and disturbing was going to happen. I didn't really think about it and just brushed it off. It wasn't until about 2 hours in that I noticed something strange. I was on a two-lane road, surrounded by trees, and not a single light except my dingy, oxidized car headlights. It was around 7 o'clock and starting to get dark, and I was the only car on the road. Fuck, I figured I was only maybe an hour and a half away from my house. I kept driving. In .5 miles, turn left on Country Avenue. My GPS jolted me awake. I had only been subconsciously driving. It's kind of hard to pay attention when you're the only car on the road. I turned left, and what I saw startled me. There was an idling Toyota Camry parked sideways on the road, with the lights on and all doors open. Two people lay still, a tall child on the shoulder and a middle-aged woman in the road. I just sat in my car. I had no idea what was going on, but there was no blood. The car wasn't damaged at all. It looks as if they had almost parked their car, got out, and laid in the road on their own. Being an awkward teenager, I felt it was probably wasn't in my best interest to help, and that if I just called the cops, I could let them handle it. Put my car in drive, drove around, parked again, and took out my phone and dialed 911. First ring, I looked up the rear view mirror to see if the child got up and get back in the car. The person also came out from the trees next to the shoulder and walked toward the car. The 911 operator didn't even have time to answer as I hung up my phone, threw my car in drive, and floored it. I looked at my speedometer as it was rounding a 45, 50 tick marks. I checked behind me, headlights. Those motherfuckers were gaining on me fast. I checked my gas gauge, half full. Shit. Kept my gas pedal forward. I was hitting 110, and they're still right on my ass. I took plenty of random roads, completely ignoring my GPS. 120. I was still trying to find a form of civilization. A school, an office building, a house, something. 130. They're still right on my ass, smearing every move I made to the T. My current was a built-in limiter that kicks in around 133, so stayed at 130. Even though the camera was practically in my back seats. The road was literally just a straight road with absolutely no curves at all. I figured I would never lose them at this rate. And I was losing fuel fast. Think of anything I did. The only thing that came to mind. I veered over to the opposite lane and instantaneously slammed on my brakes, flipped up my emergency brake, moved it to the right, basically flipping a U-turn. I released the e-brake and slammed on the gas and didn't stop until I was certain I was at least 10 miles away from them. I turned on a couple different roads so they wouldn't be able to find me again. Parked my car and typed I-75 into my GPS. 30 miles away on the quarter of a tank. Great. Just fucking great. Instead, I tried to find the nearest gas station. There was one about 5 miles away. The feeling of relief was just absolutely the greatest feeling I ever had. The feeling was so good, I almost came. I drove about 35 the whole way to the gas station. After my car was filled up, I went to go in to go pay, but I didn't trust leaving my car, not in this shithole of a forest. After a couple minutes of seriously debating, I sucked up and went in.
Evening. How's it going?
Just alright. You looking to get gas, mister?
Oh, yes, sir. Pump number 3.
Alright, it's gonna be about $43.25. Notice, why does it go, mister? You alright?
Oh, not really, actually.
What's going on?
Some crazy motherfuckers just chased me for 30 miles.
Pause. They won't happen to drive a camera, was they?
How did you know that?
He pointed outside. My heart dropped. There they were. There they fucking were. They're in a pump adjacent to me, sitting in their car, staring at me, as if they weren't human. They are silhouettes with yellow, piercing eyes. Their eyes looked like LEDs, in contrast to their silhouetted bodies. They weren't saying anything. They were just watching me. I walked out and slowly walked to my car. I was terrified, but their eyes didn't follow me. They just stared blankly at the gas station. I got in my car and got the fuck out of there. They didn't follow me. I took the highway the rest of the night. At around 10 o'clock, I pulled into my driveway. I had a hard time sleeping at night, and for good reason. When I woke up in the morning, I went outside and got a paper. The headline almost made me shit myself.
Mysterious gas station. Violets for dead.
It was the same gas station I was at. I counted my blessings and stayed home the whole day. Later, I logged into Facebook and see the status update. The same aunt I had just visited the other day that said,
That's weird. I wasn't expecting company. Does anybody know who drives a Camry?
oh, well, she's dead.
Okay, so I'm gonna need to increase size. Am I gonna be in the way of the text? No. Good. Okay, so this is gonna be the last of the creepypastas before I go into some horror stories. Right. The cell phone tower.
Near my house, there's a dense forest, and in the middle of that forest, a cell phone tower stands tall among the trees, rising higher than any other structure. Now, cell phone tower is nothing extraordinary in 2015, but the legend that surrounds ours is unsettling at best. Because the tower's location within the forest, it is rather inaccessible to most people. Even those who service the thing have a hard time getting to it with all their equipment. Nevertheless, it has been effectively dubbed the Tower of Death by our town. The tower was a state of the art for when it was built and replaced an older tower, which was smaller and nearing the end of its life cycle. As the legend goes, just 2 days after the tower was built, a young couple who obviously were under the influence climbed to the top of the tower in hopes of taking a picture of the sunset as it descended over the town. As they reached the antenna cluster at the top, the girl was suddenly snagged on a cable and lost her footing, causing her to fall to the ground. She was killed upon impact. The male, devastated, also flung himself off, but instead of dying instantly like his lover, he survived just long enough to drown in his own blood. They died in agony and panic, never had even saying their last words. Ever since the tower refused to operate normally, it was sometimes unexpectedly cut out when the sun is setting. People have reported hearing faint sounds that resembled screams when calling on their phones. They would even get texts from unknown numbers with the words,
Help.
and
Please help us.
the various callers which the tower served were soon notified of the strange occurrences. They went to investigate. When they opened up the transceiver at the base of the antenna, they hastily replaced a lot of servers, switches, and other equipment that controlled the tower. One of the technicians claimed that they had found droplets of fresh blood on electronics, which were sealed inside a solid steel enclosure that was completely watertight. This had all happened well after the death of the couple. in the structure and the surrounding areas, as well cleaned from top to bottom long ago. And I assumed that maybe an animal had been killed near the antenna, or that the technician was making this whole thing up for attention, but others suspected something a bit more disturbing. Despite the best efforts of the ISP, the tower would not operate reliably. I personally never believed in any of that, but what happened yesterday made me become a bit more open-minded about the whole thing. I was taking a walk enjoying the beautiful sunset one last time before winter sets in. When I looked up at the supposed Tower of Death, that's when I saw the silhouette of a person, barely visible, hanging from one of the horizontal bars of the antenna cluster. The person was clearly struggling, and his/her grip was failing. I watched in horror as the person fell from the structure, probably hundreds of feet to the ground. Panicking, I called 911 and ran towards the tower, but deep down knowing that whoever it was probably was long dead. It took me almost half an hour to arrive at the base of the north structure, and when I arrived, the entire scene was spotless. There was no body to be found, no blood, no evidence that anyone has been here for ages. Emergency service arrived just minutes later, and all they found was me frozen in shock. I tried to explain to them what I saw, but they likely thought I was either drunk or crazy, or probably both. They walked around the tower once, found nothing, and left. That night, I was beginning to relax. I think it was probably just an optical illusion when I received a text from an unknown number. All it said was one word. Help! Fucking hell! It's short but creepy as shit. God damn. Alright. So. Funny I-70 was mentioned before. This is the next story. That's a horror. These are next are horror stories. Oh god, what did I do? Oh, okay, that's better. I actually shrunk OBS. Anyways, yeah, next are horror stories. Alright. If you're driving down I-70 at night, don't stop. I am a truck driver working for one of the major companies in America right now. When I first joined the industry, I was just a guy looking for a career that would give me some security and some extra money at the end of the day. No, I certainly got to that, and I've been able to see sights most people wouldn't dream of seeing, all while being paid to do it. Things were going great until recently. One day I got sick of constant traffic, so I decided to change my entire schedule. Start driving at night. Sure, it sucked not being able to fully enjoy the views while driving, but I figured I could always switch up my schedule again if I ever missed it. That being said, I started seeing some generally unsettling things and started to drive at night. Whether it's a trick of the mind or I actually witnessed these things, I can't say, but I do know one thing, and that's that I will never be able at certain rest stops stop ever again. If you have a little while, I'd like to tell you a story of mine. Take it as you will, but I'm hoping that this will reach someone out there, and perhaps even save their life. One night, I was driving a load from Las Vegas to Omaha. A trip I haven't done before, but at this point, I have had plenty of experience with driving through forests, high altitudes, and rough mountainous terrain. My GPS was taking me along I-70, which was practically a straight shot to my destination. This would mean that I would have to pass through Colorado and its many forests. I figured that it would, like many states, have little towns nestled in the trees that I could stop at, take a break. Not really checking into it, I started on my journey. It didn't take me long to realize that I wasn't encountering much civilization on my travels. A town here, a hamlet there, and then maybe a neighborhood or two that I would have missed if it wasn't for one or two street lights they had set up. This was odd for sure, but not really cause for concern. I hadn't really driven through Colorado before, so I figured that the state just loved its forest. I don't want to knock too much of it down to build cities, knowing what I know now. I realized how naive I was being. They didn't do it out of the kindness of their hearts. There's something or some things that prowl in these woods, something that you nor I could comprehend. Before I continue, let me give you a quick lesson on how truck drivers' work days work. To ensure truck drivers are not driving off fatigue, the federal government implemented hours of service that we must follow to a T. To put it simply, a truck driver can work for a total of 14 hours a day, including breaks, can drive a total of 11 hours a day. It must take a 30-minute break during an 8-hour work period. Before going out in our trucks, my company gives us tablets to track our hours so we can't cheat and work more than we're supposed to. While I was coming up to my required 30-minute break, and I was cursing myself for not planning out where I was going to stop first. There was nothing but trees around me. No vehicles, no wildlife inside the road. Absolutely nothing but trees. With one of my eyes, I started to imagine my ass chewing I'm going to get from my manager about trip planning and staying within regulation. But as if the universe was throwing me a bone, I saw a sign saying, "Rest area 2 miles ahead." I thank my lucky stars and prepare to turn into my home for the next 30 minutes. As I crest over the hill, my headlights illuminate another sign that reads "Rest Area," with a big arrow pointing to the off-ramp leading to it. I flick my blinker on and head up the ramp. What I find when I get to the truck parking was extremely off-putting. I see one other truck parked with its lights off. No smaller vehicles in the lot and no service buildings anywhere. I behold behind a parked truck, set my parking brake and mark myself as on break on my tablet. Unbuckling myself, I reach back to my mini fridge and pull out a water to sip on while I wait. Beginning to drink it, I grab my phone and play some videos on YouTube, but notice that I have no signal where I am. Of course, I'm parking to one place off the interstate with no service. I groan out loud, leaving me with nothing else. I just sit in my seat, observing my surroundings. Now the human brain is a fascinating thing that no one truly 100% understands. On moments' notice, people can start hallucinating or even hearing voices that aren't there. Believe me, I try to dismiss what I've seen as my brain playing tricks on me, but in every instance, I've been reminded of the physical evidence that I have of that night. I was sitting there. I began observing my surroundings. My headlights couldn't illuminate much, but after a bit of sitting, I saw something that confused me. From the angle of our two trucks, I couldn't see it at first, but after getting up and switching to passenger side of my truck, it was unmistakable. The truck in front of me had its passenger side door wide open. My heart racing. I started thinking of many scenarios that would make sense of this. Was the driver out to pee? No, I couldn't see it anywhere around the truck or mine. They were cleaning out the cab? No, there wasn't a single light coming from inside their truck. Not even automatic lights that came on when opening the door. This could only mean that the driver had not had the chance to close the door in a while. What happened to the driver? Are they hurt? Do they need help? Maybe this is an abandoned truck that is marked for a tow, but the truck driver forgot to shut the door before leaving it. As these thoughts ran through my head, my body began doing the dumbest thing I've ever done, something that I regret to this day. I got out my metal lever puller, my high-power flashlight, and got out of my truck to investigate. Yes, I know that you are thinking that I am the dumbest man on this earth, and I've said the same thing reading similar stories on Reddit. But something came over me that night and told me to check it out, so off I went to investigate. I dismounted my truck, taking the key with me, but leaving the headlights on. I turned my flashlight on, first pointing it all around to get a better look at my surroundings. Trees, and more trees. But more importantly, no sign of the driver of this truck. I slowly began to approach the open passenger side door of the truck in front of me. I could hear nothing around me. The night was unsettling silent, with no signs of life anywhere. With every step I take, my breathing became more and more erratic. I can see my breath, the sting of the cold air hitting my bare arms as I trembled forward. Getting to open the door, I see a Christmas scene. A flashlight, flash my light into the cab to see a wide open curtain leading to the sleeper berth. Items strewn about as if a struggle took place, but my worst fears were confirmed when the smell hit me. The smell of iron filled the air as I began to climb into the cab. An act that I immediately regretted, and still regret to this day. Laying before me on the bottom bunk of the sleeper berth was the corpse of a woman. Her face showed an expression of raw fear. Her blue eyes glazed over, her mouth wide open, undoubtedly because she was screaming until her final moment. Her body was a mangled mess of broken bones and missing and detached limbs. Her stomach and chest were wide open, with her organs hanging out of her. It took everything out of me not to vomit right then and there, but that's when I noticed the most frightening detail: steam coming from the body. I quickly got down from the truck and began moving back to my own, where I planned to get the fuck out of here before whatever did that came back. I didn't get more than 3 steps before I heard a man shout from the other end of the lot. I put my light in the direction to see a tall, lanky man in jeans, in a blood-stained gray t-shirt, running towards me. I spring into action, sprinting back to my truck, closing and locking the door as I fumbled to get the key into ignition and turn it over, all the while hearing a man getting closer and screaming at me. Finally, the truck burst to life, but this relative moment of security gives me a chance to listen to the man that was now only 50 yards away from me. "Wait, please, it's coming, please." The second I hear this, I see what exactly it is. Running from just behind him, I see another man, but this wasn't anything we've seen before. This thing was easily 12 feet tall. Sounds impossibly skinny, resembling a circus performer on stilts. Skin was different shades of gray, and it seemingly had a permanent and unnatural smile across its face, showing off its row of extremely sharp teeth. The worst part of this was its demeanor. It skipped behind the man as if it was a child following its parents down the street. The thing was gaining on the man, insanely fast, all the while he screamed for me to help as I sat frozen in shock at the sight before me. The man was 50 yards away, then 40, 30, 25, 15, 10. He didn't make it. The thing caught up to him. Before the man could take another step, the thing plunged its long, dagger-like arms through the man's back, with it peering on the other end. The man looked down at the thing's arm now sticking through his chest, and gave out one last whimper before the thing grabbed his head in its hand and pulled it from his torso, as if it was a cheap action figure. The thing made a noise that I could only think of being laugh as it drenched itself in the man's blood before turning its attention to me. I was still sitting there with my truck running and staring at the screen that would haunt me to the day I die. The thing threw a man's body to the ground like a broken toy that I wasn't interested in anymore, and began skipping over to me, slower this time. It seemed it wanted to toy with me as it saw me squirm to get away. For a second there, I thought my computer went off! Oh god! I hate energy saving. Sorry about that. I immediately pushed in the brakes. It was 9 yards away. I switched over to drive 8 yards. I slammed on the gas in the truck and lurched forward, only managing to get 5 miles per hour initially, 6 yards. Finally, my truck automatically switched to 12th gear and began to accelerate rapidly. It was 8 yards away. I started toward the on-ramp, 12 yards away. I turned onto the on-ramp and lost sight of it. I breathed a sigh of momentary relief before, out of my driver's side mirror, I saw a long branch-like gray arm swinging towards my window. It missed its mark by inches, scraping against my truck with a loud bang, followed by a scraping and a screech that I can only attribute to its frustrated creature. I kept my foot on the accelerator, my face streaming with tears and my pants reeking of urine. I drove and kept driving, not stopping until I got to the truck stop in Denver, where I parked and cried for a solid 20 minutes. I wandered into a shop and cried for help. The workers didn't believe my story. The cops were called, but they didn't believe me either. They attributed my hysteria to sleep deprivation. That's the story they told my manager. I was soon released from my services and given a plane ticket back to Florida. where I now drive locally. I saw on the news not much later that the trucking couple and their truck had been found a couple days later by highway patrol who were quick to truck it up to a rogue bear attack. But I know what I saw, and I know it was real because just the other day I drove up to the closest of my company's terminals where my old truck was towed to collect my things. When approaching the driver's side door, I saw a large dent inches from the window and a deep metal bending scratch following it. Take everything I told you today as you will. I really don't care if you believe me or not, but I beg you not to go looking to verify my claims. This is a demonic creature that feeds off of the fear it fosters, and will play with you while you struggle to get away. I can only hope that I never come across such a creature again. Whatever you do, you must drive down 170 at night through the Colorado Springs. Please keep moving. Do not stop for anything or anyone. If you must stop, find a place that's well lit with plenty of people, and please, oh please, stay away from the trees. God damn. That's creepy as shit. I guess I'll never go down I-70. Jesus. Alright. Next story. Which I don't think is long. Yeah, it's not long. Alright, so these next stories shouldn't be long. Hey. As a teenager, I went to school that was filled with monsters. Rules helped a few friends, teachers, and I stay alive. I'm Tyson, a former student at Hawkins High School for Boys. From day one, a lot of us knew something was off. We weren't just able to put our finger on it. My friend Aaron said, "Feelings like murder is here. I don't know why, but if I remember correctly from Friday the 13th, someone died and haunted the grounds. Maybe that's what's happening here." Boy, I wish that was true. I hope Daddy was joking, that this is a perfectly fine school. But after a few of my friends went missing, the school cracked down hard to keep us safe by writing rules. We were given a paper that with said rules on it. 1. If you see a custodian with a name tag Bob, do not interact with them. Might try to interact with you, don't. We never have had a staff member named Bob. 2. Never look at the riverbank between the times of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. You won't die, but you wish you did. 3. If you open your locker and see a decapitated head, shut the locker and go to class. Do not touch the head or anything in the locker. 4. Do not open a door at the end of the lunchroom. 5. If you see someone and they have no head, turn around and turn back. They'll revert back to normal. Do not do a prolonged stare. 6. If lights start to flicker, hide under a table until they return to normal. This rule is very important. 7. The third floor may appear to have 2 sets of stairs. Always take the stairs to the left. If you don't, you'll be stuck on the 4th floor for the rest of your life. 8. You might see drunken humans near the forest. If they start chasing you, ignore them. We don't know whether or not they are real. It's best not to find out. Being someone who doesn't believe in ghosts, I disregard these rules. I never believed in them until it happened. Opened my locker and saw a decapitated head. I wanted to touch it so badly, but I didn't. I slammed my locker and went to class. That day, an announcement came on.
Students of Hawking High School, there's been an emergency. Rule 8 has been broken. A student interacted with the figures and faced a fate worse than death.
Before that announcement, we started with 50 students. Before Thanksgiving, it hit a very low total of 13. I remember the rules and marked how many students died, not the rule. I also put down the numbers, how many survivors of each. 1. 7 deaths, 0 survivors. 2. 3 deaths, 4 survivors. 3. 1 death, 0 survivors. 4. 3 deaths, 3 survivors. 5. 8 deaths, 6 survivors. 6. 5 deaths, 1 survivor. 7. 0 deaths, 3 missing. 8. 7 deaths, 2 survivors. Those survivors were mutilated to the point they were on life support for the rest of their lives. There were multiple students who broke more than one rule and lived. Some did it and died. I broke one rule, Rule 6. I was looking for some kind of pattern. Something not be able to tell me what the hell's going on. Why so many of my peers were dying, then hit me like a truck. The suicide of a teacher, possibly. Hey, Aaron, what did you say when you broke Rule 2? I asked, hoping for an answer. He turned as white as a jar of mayonnaise. He started to say something, but turned back around. He put his hands over his head. That fucking scary. Scary enough that Aaron, a horror enthusiast, was scared shitless from it. He broke down in tears. The teacher confronted him and glared at me. How was I supposed to know how bad it was? I mentioned that, but I was sent to the principal's office. Then I saw him. Bob, the custodian. He looked up and said, "Hey, you know where the 3rd floor is?" I ignored him and kept going forward. I heard a groan and a mop. Once I got to the office, I saw the lights starting to flicker. There was a table nearby with a few boxes underneath. It happened. It was bad. Creatures came down from the ceiling. Creatures I couldn't put my fingers on. Think a pitch-black entity with huge claws and a mouth. It screeched and tore through the room, ignoring the tables. A few minutes later, it was gone. I heard cries and sobs up from the principal's office. I went in there and no head. I turned away and blinked, then turned back. It was back to normal. I counted 3 rules on my way down. 3. He was there, crying. Blood was everywhere. Vice Principal's head lay there, on the ground. Nothing else in sight. His eyes open in terror, his mouth shocked. He looked up and saw me and cleared up. I can see his urge to cry again. "What happened?" he said, voice breaking. "I asked a friend what happened when he broke Rule 2, and the teacher made me come here. I didn't know it would be that bad." I responded, still confused. He handed me a note. "Meet me here at midnight sharp. No earlier than no later. Shut your phone alarm. The minute it vibrates, shout out, 'I'm here.'" "I'll be there." "I will be there, and that's how I know it's you." I nodded and left. When I got back, 2 students were missing and 2 more deaths to Rule 6. I remained to be the only person to not hide and live. Aaron was there. He was mortified. A long claw mark set itself upon his chest and arm. I didn't know a human had that much blood. There was another survivor to 6. The teacher knew the look on my face. A look that said, "I know what happened, but what the fuck happened?" He yelled, "Get out! Get the hell out of my classroom!" Then the Bob guy appeared in the room, the back corner. He said to him, "Get this kid out!" He called himself, a face filled with terror. Custodian killed and gutted a bastard. Some kids might scream. One student died when he tried to intervene. We are all going to die here in this hellhole. I asked Aaron, "Hey, let's get this hell. Let's get this shithole." He nodded. "Night tomorrow, meet me outside the doors." I responded, "I have to escape. I have to plan." At exactly midnight, I met with the principal in 24 hours until I leave. The principal whispered, what did you have, Fetty? Turn around and do not scream. It's just how people die." I turned and saw the fear of my life. I swear my heart jumped out of my chest. I felt fear around my entire body. I can feel the fear radiating off of me. I want to know. I wish I could describe it, but it's not easy. A humanoid figure, I think. 4 legs with deformed limbs, head stretched out height-wise. 4 eyes, one set on top of the head, and the other in the bottom of the face, eating what looked like a human corpse. 2 small holes for a nose, a mouth filled with hundreds of sharp, long teeth, drool dripping from its mouth, a color I cannot describe. I blacked out. I woke up later that day with a splitting headache. This was the principal's office. "I have a feeling this would happen." Then I blacked out again. I woke up again later that day sitting in the class. The teacher said, why did you do what you did last night? You could have died." Fuck, I thought that was a dream. Unfortunately not. The image is now burned in my head. I couldn't try and get the image of that thing out of my head. I need to get the fuck out of here. That night, I packed up my stuff and got out of there. That night, at exactly 11 o'clock at night, I woke up. My alarm clock was beeping. I tried to unplug it and turn it off before someone heard me. I grabbed my shoes and my coat. I didn't need much. Going down the stairs was easy. Rules 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 cannot be broken. Lake is easy to look away from. I won't need the locker. I'm leaving the front doors. Nobody to see or talk to. No lights. That night I saw Bob the custodian. He was mopping. Get back to your room. Want me to call security? I ignored him. I took a glance at his face. I really wish I didn't. He started transforming into this creature. He got taller and his fingers grew into claws. His arms grew longer. Then he let out a loud screech. I ran as fast as I was able to out the front doors. Bob hit his head on the doorframe and fell. He didn't move or get back up. The time was 11:55. Did 55 minutes really pass that fast? I saw Aaron facing me. He shot his hand up. I ran to him. So what's your plan? Yes. 20-foot tall wire fence. No, not electric. It'll take a few hours, but we can dig it out. I responded, eyeing the shovels near the black bricks. Alright, grab a shovel. How wide should it be? He replied, alert for staff members. I calculated how wide and deep it should be to fit one of us in room to spare. About 2 feet and a foot deep. Anything less and we won't have room. You can get in, but not out. I said, being serious. We started digging. I checked my phone, 6:30 a.m., 30 minutes until the teacher started arriving. I crawled through and looked back. The school looked abandoned. Aaron followed me. The outside looked different than it did when we left. Everything felt more alive. Finally, I got away. I did it. Aaron was behind me, pumping his fists in the air. We survived. Damn! Okay, then. It's a short. Yeah, they're all short. Alright. Next story is There is no life on Mars. I think we just woke it up. Alright, there's life on Mars. I think we just woke it up. Frigid wind swept the surface of Mars with a thin atmosphere. It consumed, constantly bombarded with deadly radiation from above. The air is toxic, the soil is poisonous, and there's no benefit in setting up a traditional base camp there, as had been done on the moon, for us to survive more than a few years. On our top secret advanced scouting mission, we had built down, not up. So we made our base below ground. Unfortunately for us, there was something else down there with us, in the caverns below the surface. Something that had been lying dormant and forgotten in the darkness, and we woke it up. Kate was swinging her pickaxe against the wall, breaking off chunks of loose rock. The ceaseless ringing sound of metal on stone was echoing in constant in the dense space. Once upon a time, I found it annoying, but I was so used to it now, it didn't even register. I hoped that Mars sound didn't work the same way. Things were duller, quieter there. Headlights on either side of my helmet illuminated a wide region in front of me as I worked, shoveling rocks into a wheelbarrow. Everything else was blanketed in darkness. Even on the surface, light was only a third of what it would be on Earth. Underground, the darkness was actually oppressive. It felt like you were drowning in it. Suddenly, I heard a noise, like the wall just caved in behind me, where she was standing. A loud shattering of rocks falling over suddenly. I wheeled around to see Kate was gone, just gone. I moved as quickly as I could in that direction, maneuvering in the low gravity of my bulky suit, encumbering every step, running over where she had been. I called for help, asking the others in the main living quarters to come quickly. There was a hole in the rock where Kate had been. When I finally got close enough to see what had happened, I looked through the gap and saw a vast, dark, cavernous space behind the rock wall. My headlamp shone through, and I looked down to see Kate struggling on a treacherous terrain where she had fallen. She had slid a little ways down on a steep hill made of crumbling dirt and rocks. The loose ground was slipping beneath her feet as she attempted desperately to gain purchase.
I need some help,
She cried, trying and failing to find her footing. The angle was so steep she clearly struggling, trying not to show the terror on her face. I got you, Kate. I tried. My words sounded false in my own ears. Just hang on. When I saw that she couldn't hang on, she was being swallowed up by the blackness below. More and more by the second, she was almost 10 feet down the slope now, and too far for me to grab her, then 15 feet, then 20.
bring ropes and climbing equipment.
I called for the others in the habitation unit.
Double time, guys. Hurry, Kate's in trouble.
They responded affirmative on the radio. I watched her fight as she slid further and further down into the darkness below.
Hang on, Kate. Now, guys, we need you out here now.
Behind her, I could see there was a huge underground cavern. My lamp could not illuminate far enough to see the floor or the other end of it. The dark space had to be massive considering the massive headlamps were on top of the line. The high-powered beam of light cut through the blackness for a ways and then was swallowed up. When I looked down again, Kate was gone. She didn't respond on her radio either. The sound of her impact to the floor below did not come up to me, and imagined her falling slowly to the low gravity at first. Her descent quickly increasing faster and faster until she reached a deadly velocity, and then it wouldn't matter anymore how forgiving the gravity was. But the sound of her impact never came. Way and Reed ran out to the airlock with ropes in hand, looking at me with concern. I waved them over and pointed down the blackness below.
This section is hollow, and she fell right through it with the pickaxe. She fell in and couldn't climb back up. It's all crumbling rock, so I think she must have slid right down. But how far, I'm not sure.
Captain Reed seemed to consider the options. Time was of the utmost importance. If she was still alive down there, her air supply would be limited. We all stared down through the hole in the blackness and looked up to see the roof of the cavern far above. It was very odd, since our bunker was next to a large vertical rock face that we had always assumed was sturdy and solid. Now we realized the giant mountain of stone right behind our base was hollow, like a fossilized skull of an ancient colossus. It seemed unnatural to my eyes, but I'm no geologist. Way quickly went in and called back to base as I looked down helplessly at the dark abyss of the cavern.
Hello, Nathan. Are you... oh, wait, wrong voice. Hello, Nathan. Hello, Nathan, are you...
Radio cracked with static, but I could hear her voice on my helmet.
Kate, are you okay? Can you hear me?
There was nothing for a few moments. Then I heard the static crackle again.
I can hear you. Can you keep...
I waved, but there was only silence once again.
You're cutting out. How far down are you? We can lower the road. There's something down here, Nathan. I can't explain it, but a pool of water that broke my phone.
Kate, did you say water? Nothing after that again. For a few minutes, despite trying again multiple times, we all stared at each other dumbfounded. The average temperature of the surface of Mars is approximately negative 46 degrees Celsius. It was much colder than that in the caverns, where we were located, away from the sun's warming rays. Far too cold for liquid water. We were protected from deadly radiation present on the surface, though. That was the major benefit of being below ground. She must have had a concussion with head injury. Someone's gonna have to go down there. I'll get him. I volunteered immediately. Putting on my climbing harness, I tried to put one leg at a time through the loops of woven fabric the way I had done 1,000 times. Still, I found myself struggling. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't get my fingers to work properly. Finally, I got the damn thing on and attached the other clips and ropes and equipment to my suit. Reed handed me 2 climbing axes as well, just in case. I lowered myself slowly over the side of the steep cliff edge and made my way down. The darkness surrounded me on all sides. As I went deeper and deeper down, feeling suffocated by blackness, I had to remind myself to breathe. It felt like I was descending downwards forever as the light above got dimmer and eventually disappeared entirely. Walls look yellow and strange, veiny and organic when I shone my lights on them. I didn't have time to stop and look, just assumed it was an unusual type of rock formation. As I dropped down further, my head began to feel light. My vision suddenly blurred for a moment, and I had trouble seeing. Then it cleared again, and my ears began to ring painfully. I didn't understand what was happening. I started to hear voices, whispering in my ears instead of ringing, but it seemed as if they were right inside my mind, speaking to me, but in a tongue I did not understand. That was not human. That can't be right. Finally, Kate's headlights became visible. I saw she was standing down below, and was touching the surface of the rock wall. But it was not a rock wall. I realized with dawning apprehension. The walls were moving and shifting. They were covered in yellow web-like formations that I saw were everywhere, all over the floor and walls and ceiling of this unnatural chamber. So close to me I could examine them as I finished dropping down to the floor below. The yellow webs looked familiar for some reason, and it took me a few moments to realize why. The yellow web-like formations were almost identical to slime mold, one of the most curious and interesting life forms on planet Earth. Of course, not known to exist on Mars. Coincidentally, I knew a thing or two about this stuff. Slime mold is not a fungus, it is not an animal or a plant. It is separate from everything else on the tree of life. It also has its own tree of life. Despite the fact that it grows to be very large, up to several feet in diameter, in my experience, but nothing like this. It is a single-celled organism, except with millions of nuclei. It is potentially capable of some form of intelligence. In labs, they have found that slime mold can solve mazes, for instance. As they grow extremely quickly, they can expand and contract like muscles in our own bodies, using a vaguely similar mechanism. Thinking about these things in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but feel afraid as my feet touched the stone floor, and the salty yellow slime was on me immediately. Quickly growing and expanding onto my boots, moving much faster than anything seen on Earth. I called out over the radio to Kate once again. She was standing right in front of me, but did not turn around. I began to approach her and looked down to see strands of yellow webbing sticking and stretching from the bottom of my feet. It was like walking across a movie theater, or covered in gum, each step difficult and taxing. Finally, I reached her and put my hand on her shoulder. She spun around quickly, and I saw her eyes were surprised and blinking, as if I just woken her from sleep. Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, Nathan, hi.
There was a crack in the glass of her helmet, and some of the yellow slime mold was oozing around in it. With dawning horror, I realized it was actually inside her helmet, moving around and exploring the space. Some was on her neck as well, and her hair, and I nearly gagged at unexplainable revulsion at the sight of her.
Hey, you're breathing his suit. We need to get you back in the lab. We can't go yet, Nathan. Look at this.
She was speaking softly, as if she was sleepwalking. Her voice was a lilting lullaby. Everything she said was a sing-song tone, quietly, and at a whisper. I wanted to ask her why she was talking like that, why she wasn't listening to common sense. But more than anything, I just wanted to get away. I know that must sound awful, but part of me wanted desperately more than anything just to get the hell away from her, and away from the yellow slime mold looking stuff that didn't belong here.
Okay, we have to go. Please, come on. They're talking to me, Nathan. Do you hear them too? If you listen closely, you can almost make out the words. I'm even starting to understand them, Nathan.
I tried to grab her arm. She pushed me away, turning her face to look at me angrily. She said,
Don't touch me.
Turning around, I saw a pool of water that the scribe fallen into. It was not water at all, but a large deposit of yellow slime mold. A large crater nearby, bubbling and moving around, whipping tendrils stuck out from it curiously and darted around, seemingly to expect the air.
Bring me back up,
I said over the radio.
Kate's refusing assistance. There's some strange organism growing down here, and she's, not done with it yet.
I was not done with her. They didn't seem to hear me over the radio, so I simply pulled twice on the rope and they began reeling me back in. It didn't feel right leaving Kate down there, but I told myself I didn't have a choice. We'd have to regroup and come up with a plan. Maybe she would listen to Reed if he went down and order her to return. The darkness swallowed her up beneath me, and I looked at my boots, dismayed to see the yellow slime, web slime mold was hanging onto me still, wriggling, squirming, and exploring my legs. It appeared to be searching desperately for a way into my suit. Bewildered and confused, my mind grappled with 100 different scenarios, still in shock of what we had just discovered. There was life on Mars, disgusting, slimy, potentially telepathic life. But still, for the first time in history, it had just been irrefutably proven beyond any doubt. I had just witnessed a never-before-seen breed of what I assumed was slime mold growing in the depths of the cavern. Somehow it was still alive and thriving despite the extreme temperatures and in the absence of any known food supply. The whole thing existed beyond science and logic, and yet it was there. My crew wouldn't believe me, I thought to myself, if not for remnants of it clinging desperately to my boots. They hauled me up through the opening, rocking me, and began to ask why Kate was not with me. These foods come back up. There's something down there. Some kind of organism. This stuff. Then pointing at my boots.
What the hell is that?
I exclaimed. She was normally calm and composed, but now she was backing away, stumbling over rocks, shaking.
I can hear it in my head.
We began to look concerned as well, as I remembered how something similar had happened to me as I had descended down the cavern. I nearly dismissed the voices in my head, as my imagination fear until Kate confirmed she heard them too. Oh yeah, that. Just wait, it'll pass. I said, hoping it would as it had for me. After a few long moments, it did. What the hell are we dealing with here? Reed asked. I only wish I could give him an answer. The three of us went back inside for a brief rest and to regroup. Wayne went straight to her lab with an odd look on her face, saying she could examine the slime mold, trying to give us some answers. She would also communicate with the home base from here and explain the newest developments, since she had an uplink in her lab. Reed and I stood pacing in the habitation unit's kitchen/dining area, debating what the hell we were going to do. Kate refused to come back up with me, and I told him she didn't seem to be herself. Looks like the slime mold stuff was telling her to stay there. I didn't understand it, but there it was.
We can't convince her to come up, which leaves us exactly one option as far as I'm concerned. We hitch a rope to a suit and drag it up here. I don't like it, but that's what we gotta do.
After a bit more discussion, the two of us decided I would go down again, while Reed stayed on top. Since he was the strongest, it was easy enough to pull a person up in low gravity, but two was another story altogether. If necessary, I told him I would wait down below while he pulled Kate up, and then we could send the rope back down again afterwards. Going down into the darkness again was even more terrifying than the first time. Even though I knew slightly what to expect, the whole thing was going wrong. I could tell already when I heard Way's voice speaking over the radio. She was speaking in a whispering lullaby tone, same as Kate.
You don't need to bring her back up here, Captain Reed,
she said.
Tell Nathan to come back up.
I don't understand. Can you repeat, Way?
She must stay down below. Mother is hungry and must eat. Mother must become one.
I didn't like the sounds of that one bit.
Reed, you need to bring me back up. Way is compromised. She's talking like that thing is controlling her, like it was controlling Kate.
She's coming out here, Nathan. She's got a knife. Oh God, get back, stop, please. Wait, listen to me. He cut out abruptly. The rope I was holding suddenly began to drop in sickening lurches. I fell 10 feet, then 20, feeling sick as I was bounced back up with a sudden tension. Gravity pulled me back down, and I held onto the rope desperately, feeling that I was about to die for certain. Beneath me, the ground came into view, and I saw Kate's light now shining dimly from the wall. But I did not see her. The rope dropped again as Reed was attacked by the thing above. The thing had once been Way, now clearly trying to kill him, judging by the sounds of it, judging how he was holding the rope, or not holding it. This time I fell all the way to the floor below. Slowly at first, the faster and faster as the ground sped towards me. I landed awkwardly, twisting my ankle, and called out in pain. Looking over my shoulder, I saw the rope was still there. hanging from the cliff above, so Rhea was still up there, hanging on for dear life, fighting off Wei or whatever she had become. I only hoped he was alright. Then I turned around and saw Kate, all that was left of her. She was enveloped by a wall she had been standing in front of when I left her. Her face stared at me, and I saw a yellow web slime was now covering her eyes and nose. It was in her ears, and worst of all, it went into her mouth like an intubation device, going down her throat, black as yellow veins. Behind her face and neck, and her entire spacesuit was warped and sticky yellow web slime, which held her fastened tightly to the wall. Despite my terror, I found myself stepping forward, wanting to help her still, somehow wanting to do the right thing, to get her out of here, if only I could clip the rope to her suit. After that thought, the webbing seemed to unravel and release her like a Venus flytrap letting go of its prey, like a flower opening in bloom. Though her face was covered with yellow slime, she walked towards me as if she could see me plainly through it. Noosing web stretched out behind her as she came at me. Now is when I realized the voice in my head was telling me to stay, and try to save her was not my own. It was a foreign voice speaking in close approximation of my own thoughts. Telling me not to worry, telling me to remain calm, to stay, become one. I ran instead. The rope was still there, and that was enough for me. I grabbed onto it and began to climb, my feet walking up the side of the steep vertical cliff as quickly as I could. I didn't dare to look back, but I knew that Kate was just behind me. Not Kate, but what was left of her. I struggled up the sheer 90-degree slope. I found myself tiring more and more. The wall seemed as if it was grabbing onto my feet and wrapping them up in webs with every step I took, getting stronger and pulling harder all the time. The strands of yellow slime grabbed on and refused to let go, snapping in half only with great effort on my part. I pulled myself up the rope and walked up through the living muck as it tried tenaciously to hold on to me. All the while, as I walked up the wall, I heard whispering in my mind, louder and louder now. Every so often, I would find my hands beginning to let go of the rope without my conscious effort on my part, and to fight off the voices and tell myself to hang on. Even though they spoke in a language unknown to me, it seemed not to matter as their will was made known to my mind, and I had to fight from bowing to its growing power. Finally, I reached the top and pulled myself back into the light. The habitation unit was visible just ahead, and I saw the rope was tied off passively to the door handle. Captain Ray was lying on the dirt foot of the underground space where all of his best began. His helmet was cracked, and his face looked bloody, but he was still alive. Wei was lying on the ground next to him, a knife protruding from her chest. I had to. He began, seeming unsure how to continue. She came at me and tried to kill me. I barely managed to get the rope tied off. With dawning horror, I realized I had not pulled the rope up after me. I ran over the ledge and looked down to see Kate climbing up. She was only a little ways down, yellow slime mold covering her eyes and mouth like slimy yellow webbed bridal vein. Terrified, I backed away, realizing there was no time to cut the rope or stop her. She was almost at the top as her hands grabbed the ledge. I looked down to see Captain Reed tell me to go, to run. I hurried inside through the airlock and slammed the door behind me. I hastily took my suit off and ran to the computer to change the access code for entry. Luckily, I was quick with the keyboard and managed to secure the only access point, just as the creature was once Kate started to hammer on the door. I looked out through a small window and saw her covered in yellow slime, which writhed and pulsated. The web mold was growing everywhere now. On every surface she touched, it expanded outwards at an alarming speed. It spread over Wei's body, and I saw it break of her head at the neck like a drumstick from a kid chicken. Hungrily, it drove in through the bottom of the helmet and began to consume. With incredible strength, other parts of the web slime wrapped around her legs and broke them as part at the joints. White bone, muscle, and blood spilling out before being devoured. As the mass continued to grow and spread, malicious and out of control, it reached Captain Reed. His face was a mask of terror. Now the door with a white-knuckled fury, unable to turn away as it broke him in half. Yellow tendrils broke his ribcage open and gushed in like a wave crashing on the beach, taking everything. In my headset, I could hear him screaming until very suddenly I couldn't anymore, turning away. I slumped down to the floor and sat, waiting for it to be over. I've been trapped inside for quite a while now. I sent this communication back to base. Everyone thinks I've gone insane. Yeah, perhaps killed the rest of my crew. And am now trying to blame mind control and space mold. As if I couldn't come up with a better story than that. I mean, really? The soil is toxic here. The air is unbreathable. There are a million and one ways to die here. If I need to find an excuse for death of my crew, well, I'd find a better one than this. Luckily, one or two people believe me. They have agreed to get this out there, at least in some fashion. As for me, I wait. It's already inside the habitation unit. I was too careless when I took off my suit. Now it's starting to grow all over, starting to spread. It's on me now, moving up my legs, my fingers, and arms. Fine tendrils of yellow branching out slowly and insidiously infecting me. Make me purr of the one. It tickles my throat as it spreads spore-like downwards. Like a black mole growing quietly in a dark, wet corner of a bathroom it grows. Thing that was once Kate watches me from the window in the door, waiting, whispering. In my mind, she's whispering to me now, in a sing-song tone, telling me to open the door. And all the while, it's spreading. God damn. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna see how long the other stories are. Okay, this one's really short. So... let's see if there's any really long ones. So the others are shorter than the other. One's... okay, this one's long. Really long. Okay, so I'll save you. And read the last ones. Alright. I worked at a pet store that sold extinct animals. One thing I love about being a reptile owner is getting to own all sorts of exotic and bizarre lizards, snakes, and so on from across the globe. I bought my first one back in high school, female bearded dragon that I named Sue, loosely after the famous T-Rex on display at the Chicago Film Museum. Ever since it had been my passion to own reptiles and amphibians, I've been collecting different species from various stores and suppliers for years now. Though not to gloat, I myself own a whole personnel lingerie, 10 species of snakes, 15 species of lizards, 5 freshwater turtles, 20 species of tropical frogs, 14 species of salamanders and newts, and a sulcata taurus. I had worked at several pet stores in my time owning reptiles, many of which sold threatened or even endangered species of reptiles, amphibians, mammals, and birds. Some of the species I saw were so rare at times I questioned if it was legal to sell them in the first place. However, the most recent store, the one I previously worked at, sells species that, had I not gotten the opportunity to see with my own eyes, I would have never believed. The information I'm about to disclose here may seem like a wild fantasy, but damn it, people need to know about what I saw. It began about 5 months ago, when I had just finished relocating. It was quite a hassle to move all my animals to my new apartment, regardless of having several friends help out with the move. Nonetheless, after dealing with all of that, I started looking for a new job, and one of the first results I came across was an exotic pet store. I knew right away that was my go-to. Within the course of a week, I had applied for a job position and was able to get the position I wanted, working in the reptile department. On the first day, I walked into the store and was met with what was apparently equivalent to a miniature zoo. Up front, there was a large cage with fruit bats hanging from a perch in it. Next to the cage was a rope platform and a small anteater hanging from the ropes. In addition to being surprised, I was immediately impressed by the collection the store had to offer. They sure something, I turned to see a casually dressed man standing to the left. It didn't take me long to realize the store manager. "You're the new guy," he asked. "Yeah, that would be me," I replied. "My name's Josh. I was the one who applied for the reptile section." "I see. Y'all are in for a lot of cheap jobs. Name's Keith, by the way. After this introduction, I noticed Keith carrying what appeared to be a rock in his right arm. On further inspection, I realized it was a fossil, one of two trilobites side by side.
Paradoxidized Davidus, right?
I asked. I see you know your stuff, he replied. You see, in addition to my love for reptiles, another interest I had a long time is paleontology. When I was young, dinosaurs and other extinct animals had always caught my attention, and I even started a small fossil collection, one I still have at home to this day. Now it wasn't grand as what I have with my animals. Regardless, I was fascinated. Keith showed me a closer look at the trilobite fossil, letting me see how well preserved they were. Interesting to think these kind of animals were back then, Keith said. In fact, 99.9% of everything that exists on this planet is extinct, and we only occupy a tiny sliver of all that history. It looked like Keith was into paleontology and fossils, much like me. My real interest, though, was for the reptiles they had. About the reptile section that you have.
Oh, wait. About the reptile section that you have here. Can you show me where it is?
I asked Keith. Sure thing, right this way. Upon entering the reptile department, I was amazed by what they had. Legit venomous snakes, vipers, cobras, hognoses, and even an inland taipan, one of the deadliest species known. This section also featured poison dart frogs in South America. That, while cute, contained enough poison to kill 10 humans. The highlight were two large tanks, one with white alligator and the other with two dwarf caimans. You sure seem happy, Keith said. Think you do quite nice here. As for me, I gotta head out.
Alright.
I replied.
Anything else that I should know about?
Yeah. Yeah, be careful out there, Keith said. Afterwards, Keith left. I wonder what he meant by that. Regardless, I went about the day doing my job. Later in the evenings, towards the end of my shift, I decided to see what other kind of animals were around that the store had to offer. Many animals you wouldn't expect to be kept as pets, like kangaroos and small monkeys, were put on display. There was an array of interesting birds as well, from typical macaws and cockatoos, and even toucans. The fish department had all sorts of tropical fish, one of which was an electric eel, which, believe it or not, is kept by some people in private collections and handled with specialized gear. However, past the fish section, at the back of the store, there was an elevator door. First thought was that it probably led to a storage room, but then to lift the doors read a sign, Historic Department, authorized personnel only. Historic Department. I spent a few minutes contemplating what it meant by Historic Department. I wasn't sure if I was myself was ready to go down, but I didn't want to put my finger on what it could be. I decided I may as well go find out and see for myself. I got into the elevator and selected the lower level. The ride down took several minutes, despite the destination being the only other floor in the building. When the doors finally opened, I walked out to see a colorful array of different terrariums. From a distance, I wasn't sure what kind of animals were inside, but as I went to take a closer look, that's when things started to get weird. On the first terrarium, I peeked at inside was a bizarre-looking lizard. Its body resembled some sort of anole or gecko. The only difference, there were long, feather-like quills coming out from its back. Then I realized what it was.
Holy shit.
The animal inside was a prehistoric reptile known as a Longisquama reptile from Triassic period. The hell was a reptile that's been extinct for 235 million years, doing an exotic pet store. More importantly, how? Apparently that wasn't all. Another term containing Dilophocaulus, a Permian amphibian with a boomerang-shaped head. Several reptiles and amphibians supposedly extinct for millions of years were all being contained beneath the pet store. I attempted to rationalize what had been seen, but no matter what I came up with, nothing could properly explain what I was seeing. Without a doubt, there were living, breathing
animals that haven't been seen in eons. My one question, though, is how? Where did they all come from, and how did the store receive them? Wanting to find out, I decided to take a look around the floor, which was seemingly larger than the actual shop on top. The size of the large hardware store. First section I decided to explore was the aquarium section. Instantly I recognized several organisms. One large tank containing Anoplocaris, a perennial shrimp-like pod from the Cambrian. It was about 3 feet long and the earliest known apex carnivores. I watched it swam gracefully around its tank with the round insectoid eyes. Some of the other tanks include some predator jawed fishes as well as some of the earliest species of sharks known to exist. The largest tank in the section was the size of something you'd see in a marine park, though in it swam a medium-sized fish adorned with armored plating. Well, first something of that size, then something massive bolted right out from underneath it like a freight train snapping up in its jaws. Shock, which when we jump back, I soon realized that the fish was just food. The real animal being obtained was a massive Stephanoian fish, Dunkleosteus. Whoever thinks that keeping a 4-ton predatory Devonian fish as a pet is a good idea, I feel genuine concern for. More importantly, in addition, how all these seemingly extinct animals got here, I began to wonder who they were being sold to. Soon after, I wandered in a section called the title Avians. Avians, like birds. As well in the section, the first thing I noticed was a grayish-looking bird-like animal with black wingtips. Only had a long tail, fingers underneath its wings, and teeth. Instantly, I recognized it as the primitive avian Archaeopteryx. Several other primitive Mesozoic birds are also showcased in the section. When observed, it's easy to see how modern birds themselves are linked to dinosaurs. Past that section, there was a room with a label unprocessed assets. Not sure what that meant. I walked into the room and saw not living animals but fossils. Much like one Keith had earlier. What was the point of all these? What's a collection of fossils doing in an area living with living, breathing prehistoric animals? It made no sense. I knew you were a cutest boy, but this is a bit much, no. I turned to see Keith standing in the doorway of the fossil room. Keith! I replied. What the hell is this? Where did all these animals come from? Who are you selling them to? Keith just stood there. His perplexed expression slowly turned to a smile. Judge, my boy. All around you is a product of some of the most brilliant minds and advanced science y'all have ever seen. Keith then grabbed the fossil of a hawk-sized dragonfly, presumably a Mechanora. Come on. Gonna show you how it was all made. Keith then led me back to the avian section across the hall to a room titled Processing. In the room, there was a large kiln-like device, and it's surrounded by 4 Tesla coils. This is it, boy. This here's sort of room where it all happens. Where what happens? As Keith just stood there and smiled for a second. You see, my business has always been selling exotic animals from different places. I'd always be supplied with just about every animal from the top floor. But new laws and regulations started coming in, and I was able to supply myself the kind of animals I usually sold as often as I used to. But then that's when I got my hands on this thing. Sega, what does that thing do? I hesitantly asked. I'm gonna show you. He then walked over to the machine with the fossil in his arm, opened the hatch gently. He placed the fossil inside the machine. Step back a bit, boy. This'll be a bit as it is, Keith said. Keith then closed the hatch and guided me over to the control panel with several buttons and a switch. He looked me over an unsettling smirk on his face. Time to fire up. Keith then pressed a large gray button, powering up the Tesla coils, and I could hear electricity powering on. Its machine in the middle began to rev up. The sounds of the machine began to grow louder as it was powering on. At the peak of the machine's full power, Keith then pulled the lever down, resulting in an ear-piercing shock. The machine completely powered down, and for a minute, everything was silent.
Then out of nowhere, a loud buzzing noise started coming from the machine. Keith seemed to be pleased with this. There you have it, just. Out of the machine came a living Mega Nora that Keith had held in by the abdomen. I tried desperately to wrap my head around what I just witnessed, but
what? How is this even possible?
Keith replied, Advanced science, that's how. Had some interesting connections on his fancy tech. He explained while I was putting the dragonfly into a spare cage inside the machine. That's not all, though. Tons of folks on the dark web want to pay big money for these animals. More so than anything I've ever sold before them. Listening to him say all this, part of felt that something about doing this all seemed very risky and wrong.
So you just sell these animals no human has ever seen live and just expect people who buy them to stay quiet about this?
Keith chuckled. Pretty bad assuming I just sell them to ordinary rich folk. I can only assume what he meant by that. Rory was silent too, and for what purpose seemed like a terrifying thought.
And what about me? How do you expect me to go about knowing about what?
Keith stopped me suddenly. The hell says you're walking out of here? His response had taken me by surprise.
What do you mean?
Keith started to smile again. You actually thought I was gonna let you walk out if you didn't know about all this. Can't have you telling the wrong people about my business. My heart started to race.
What the hell are you talking about?
I shouted. I knew immediately I was in danger. Before I could run, though, Keith grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and pushed a cloth against my nose. I tried to struggle free, but I began to feel drowsy. Nah, shit, Keith said. I really did see some potential in you, boy. But you can't have an omelet without cracking a few eggs, I suppose. As I lost consciousness, I lost my strength. Soon I was out completely. When I woke up, I was slowly able to gain consciousness. Once I was fully conscious, though, I had noticed my hands and feet were tied up, and I was on my knees at the deep, rocky pit with a presumably deeper pool. Before I could do anything, though, a hand touched my shoulder. It was Keith. Easy now, Josh. Not much you can do at this point. I looked at Keith, angry and terrified.
Why the fuck are you doing this?
He asked. Keith replied, all is down here. Nobody's safe for yours truly. We're supposed to know that. You think I just let no employees walk around here? Was gonna do this the dirty way. But what's fun in that? I figured I'd have my back to do it. Keith then shifted his attention to the massive pit I was positioned at the edge of. It took me long to figure out what it was intended to do with me, as whatever was kept down there was massive. I do apologize, boy. I really had to do this then again. It's just been since. Keith then pushed me into the pit. As I fell down now, I was able to get a hold of one of the sharp rocks on the walls of the pit. As I maintained a tight grip while doing so, I pulled ropes binding my hands against some rocks to get it off. As I was doing it, though, this knocked some smaller rocks into the pool. Don't bother, Josh. You ain't living this place, Keith commented as I struggled. I ignored Keith as I continued to get my hands freed. As I was almost there, I looked down and noticed the water beginning to ripple. Out of the water rose two eyes with a jagged toothed snout below. I was able to finally get my hands free as I tightened my grip on the wall. When I looked down, there it was. As I recognized the creature. It's a giant prehistoric crocodilian, Dinosuchus. How Keith was able to resurrect massive animals such as that and the Diplodocus, simple fossil remains, was beyond me. But I was more concerned with the escape of my life. Despite my feet being tied up, it wasn't as tight as it was with my hands, and I started to climb up. I managed to loosen it more and more, and was able to climb up more efficiently. Massive croc bellowed at the bottom of the pit, waiting for me to lose my grip and fall down into his hungry jaws. I started to climb faster, until I was 2 feet away from the top of the pit. When I put my right hand on the edge, Keith was there with his foot raised. Y'all just don't know when to quit. His foot came down but before he could knock me off, I grabbed the ledge with my left hand and moved my right and used it to grab Keith's leg. I gripped it so hard that it sent Keith forward, falling down into the pit past me. When I finally got out of the pit, I heard a splash. I turned to see the croc with Keith in its jaws, violently thrashing him around. And it then submerged with Keith. The last thing I saw were bubbles floating to the surface of the water. Afterwards, I decided to make a break for it. I ran as fast as I could through the floor, first past the avian section, then the aquarium section, past all the bizarre-looking marine animals I saw. Finally, there was the elevator door. I bolted to it past the aquariums and called for the elevator. As soon as I was back to the first floor, I took a minute to get a hold of myself, as well as the job, one of the manager being dead and all. As I walked to the front of the store, I noticed it was a nightmare. Seemed I was down there longer than I thought. I noticed I walked out of the store and went home. A week later, I decided to relocate once more to find another job. Once again, going through the trouble of moving my reptiles and everything else. However, I still wonder what became of everything I saw. Those things supposedly extinct animals that Keith was raising from the dead. Keith may be gone, but he mentioned several things about having contacts with certain people. I still wondered just who those people are, as well as their reasons for purchasing those animals. What if anything do those people plan to do with those animals, and why? Regardless, the thought of it alone is quite unsettling. When I think about it, another thought I've been having is, how did Keith get that technology? Who did he get it from? Whoever made that tech? How? To this day, I'm still not certain, but I have a feeling that one day the truth of it all will be revealed, for better or for worse. Yeah, I'm gonna end it with this story. That was terrifying. I've read so many good horror stories. They're all fucking amazing. This was a good dino story. I better send this one to Hatchet. Anyways. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, Danger Noodles, I hope to see you guys next time. I don't know when I'll do a YouTube stream again, because I have a whole bunch of days working. But, yeah. Hope to see you guys then, and I'll probably play horror games. If I'm doing horror games on Twitch, then I'll read more creepypastas. But, until then, see you guys later. And do well on your missions to rescue someone